All right, we'll stop the intro there and we will get into it. Welcome, everybody. Hope you're having a blessed day. And today we are going to get into what was supposed to be yesterday, a marvelous megalithic Monday, but instead it is Tuesday, but that's okay. What are we looking at here? First off, this is a pyramid on Easter Island. It is on one of the far corner pinnacles of the triangle island of Easter Island, and that is clearly step pyramid runes and a complex not well talked about or documented, but I assure you it is there. And also on this picture, the supposed land of Mu, the lost continent before Atlantis, that connected all of the Polynesian, Micronesian, different, islands in a giant landmass. And, well, there's lots of evidence. And part of Mu is also right here. This is in part of Indonesia here. And there are documented at least 100 different pyramids in Indonesia, the most famous being Guan Pandang, and it's now also being aged from the 24, I believe, to 36,000 year carbon dating within it, and Graham Hancock covering it in his new series on Netflix. Been investigating it for a while, but this is a different pyramid. There's several of these stepped mountain pyramids in Indonesia, and they're part of Arthur Farham's geoglyphology work, and that he's found that they're geoglyphs sites, and that the specific angles, that's why these aren't four-faced perfect pyramids, but in fact these pyramids actually are showing geoglyphs in their sides and architecture. So we're going to be hopping all over today, looking at different artifacts. This one out of Sumeria, and how advanced of a lost ancient civilization it truly is, as are the relics and what it depicts. And is some of it technology? Is some of it depicting pre-cataclysm megafauna? Or is it also depicting demigods or aliens, potentially? And now hopping back to the Americas, and throughout the Badlands of, North America, Central America, South America, there are very, very suspect sites, and the most famous being the Grand Canyon temple complexes and pyramids. We will be having a look at some of them. This one, I am not sure, maybe Arizona or Utah here, but again, I believe Utah, maybe Monument National Park, if that's correct, maybe New Mexico, but I believe this one's called Factory Butte, if I'm correct. And well, it does look like a giant factory or castle pre-cataclysm, right? If it was giants, if it was just a giant civilization, well advanced, and then ruined by catastrophe, maybe plasma apocalypse, maybe nuclear war, maybe something else, and then left for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years to erode and be weathered naturally. This is what we're left with. But most likely inside of all of these, we will find very interesting remnants. And speaking of remnants of a past civilization, look at this in India. These pyramidal temples, and what look like clear fractal antenna array, some sort of energy transmission mission harvesting or projection happening at the very top of these structures. Here we have some of the mountain cave cities of Cappadocia, Turkey. Literal inhabited, hollowed out cave mountains that have been lived in for at least thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. And in this region, you have these mountain cave cities, hill cities, and then underneath them, such sites as Derinkuyu, the underground hollowed out cities. So who knows how deep they go, how far they extend, and where they really are, what they really are. And shout out Came Cosby. I love these ancient history and archaeological episodes. Open my minds to a great bandwidth, right? And once you have a new set of eyes, a new perspective of seeing what we really have hidden in plain sight, and that there's similar structures to these mountain cities in Cappadocia, Turkey, throughout, well, all of the Americas, yet they try to claim they're natural. Here we have some mountain pyramids in, oh my goodness, it will come back. I've got another picture of these in this selection that actually has the name of the islands. Kola Islands, I believe. I believe these pyramid mountains right here are in the Kola Peninsula of the Kola Islands. This, I believe, is Secret Canyon. I'm pretty sure, and it's this river enters into the Colorado River and into the Grand Canyon, and just all of these areas look so suspicious. And is it all artificially created from a past previous mega civilization? I really am starting to suspect so. Like, these look like the ruins of former, statues and polygonal megalithic works that look like blockwork, look like megalithic ruins from a past time. And, well, I suspect that's exactly what they are. For instance, here in Arches National Park, Arizona, there's just so many of these, and they're just so impossible to claim that nature made these. Yes, nature weathered them. Yes, they've been eroded, but to get these perfect circle, like, it's so impossible for them to have not broken and to have perfectly eroded in such spots. Like, it doesn't make sense. And, well, what would make sense is if they were from a past previous civilization. Here we have more of the Cappadocian mountain cities, cave cities, and like, these are skyscrapers. These are essentially ancient skyscraper buildings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, at least 9, more like 10 or 11 probably, stories tall. And that they're hollowed out with built like caves and just inhabitants throughout. Like, these are ancient cave buildings. Here we have a picture from some of the Badland Canyons, maybe Colorado, maybe Utah, maybe New Mexico, maybe Nevada, maybe Arizona, the whole area. Very, very suspect. As well, we've got a few of these pole maps here to look at the Mercator maps. And what are they actually depicting? Are they depicting an entrance to a hollow earth? That's what they claim to be of that time. And Friesland, an island that no longer exists, but the Oralinde book documenting the history of Friesland and when was it lost. These balancing rocks, how is that eroded? It's just, it has to be a constructed, engineered, and remnants of a previous glorious civilization. And the legends of the indigenous claim like the gods made them, or the star people, or previous civilizations, or giants from before the flood. And well, I suspect they're correct. That it just, how does nature erode like that and just leave these perfect balanced rocks? They don't. Here we have some Mayan Olmec glyphs or hieroglyphs, and very, very interesting how much information is encoded in these, what they mean, how similar they are to some Egyptian as well as Asian ones. Here we have another butte in the Southwest America, in the Canyonlands. Again, how does nature erode these perfect 90-degree rectangle structures? It doesn't make sense. Water, wind, they erode round corners. Everything is round in what they make, not square, right? Like it makes no sense to claim that they're naturally made like that. Here we have some original pictures of Egypt and the temples that are found, which just an absolute destruction and ruin, but epic proportions and sizes. And here you can see the base structure, giant megalithic block, and then on top of it, what's next? Someone built these mud brick structure on top of it that clearly eroded and didn't last nearly as long as what was built beneath. How does that happen unless the older civilizations were more advanced? And then I believe this is in Italy. There's a couple of these with these crazy Roman fresco floors just being dug out of the mud ground in jungle or in forest, right? Like, look at that. Just layers and layers upon dirt, grass, and perfect floors that were just covered and lost. What happened? How did they get ruined like that? It makes no sense. This, I believe, is Utah, maybe New Mexico. Again, very, very suspect geology in these Badlands. Just very strange. Very strange. And these look like guardians. They look like weathered faces, weathered giant colossus statues, and they look like they have carved figures in them. No doubt, these faces, when depicted with the shadows of the equinoxes or solstices, probably highlight exponentially better definition of the actual characters being depicted in them, leftovers from previous civilizations. Speaking of leftovers from previous civilizations, throughout Asia, India, we have, what the heck are these, right? Like, very fascinating depictions, carvings on here, and like, what is this other than a fractal array antenna slash mass energy device? Like, it just boggles the mind. Were these filled with mercury? Lots of them were, apparently. And just to give you a sense of scale, here's a bunch of the locals sitting around. What's that? A little cart, maybe a cannon. Very low tech of the locals, yet somehow the people before them made these. And so if this person's standing up, that comes to here. No, looks like the door's a little bit bigger. Who knows? Maybe giant, not sure. Here we have some balls of Costa Rica. These giant balls showing up everywhere. These ones looking more like granite or dolerite as opposed to the sandstone ones that I found in Alberta. And, well, that makes them all the more mysterious because, well, granite and dolerite do not form in circles, perfect spheres, and that's one heck of a hard rock to have to carve. All right, we're back in the Grand Canyon. This is one of the temple or pyramid complexes, very pyramidal in shape. Another very pyramidal shape, and all looking, sorry for the low res of this picture, but what appeared to be terraces and possible megalithic block construct within tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years of erosion. And here you can see where these two giant supports and then building roof that connected the two, possibly. I believe that one's Shiva temple, could be wrong. Here we go. This one's in Italy for sure. A Roman mosaic floor randomly found in a vineyard. Just perfect floor with a vineyard growing over top of it. How does this happen? Some say mud flood. Some say giant tsunami. Probably potentially both. Here we have an abandoned leftover Starfort castle, literally up in the mountains. So uninhabitable, so harsh environment to be constructing up there. How was this built in the time period that they claim with the resources that they claim? And like, these look like megalithic blocks. That's something that's not really discussed so much, but the giant blocks that make up a lot of castles, well, are they pre-cataclysm potentially? Another very anomalous balancing rock. I believe this one is in Colorado in Garden of the Gods. It's also, I think it was mislabeled in one of the photos I got saying that it was Utah in Moab, but I'm pretty sure this is Colorado Garden of the Gods. Again, I see faces everywhere. Is it pareidolia or is it leftover remnants of a previous civilization? And are there underground cities under all of these? Are there potential reptoids living under them? Who knows? Here we have a carved Incan or Aztec or Mayan rock map that clearly has Mu on it. And that's Africa, Europe, Middle East, Red Sea. It looks like the Suez Canal is already there. Or very strange. Oh no, that's South America. Very strange. But we have Mu there at some point. Interesting. Again, at Arches National Park, I believe Arizona. How does this form naturally? How do you have perfect 90-degree angles constructing perfect arches? It makes zero sense how they claim erosion made these. I suspect leftover bridges from a previous macro terraformed civilization, looking like polygonal megalithic blockwork, potentially wow, forgot the word I'm looking for. It'll come back to me. All right, next picture. Mount Kailash. Potential pyramid right here, potential pyramid up here, and legends of a god being buried beneath it, and what looks like very similar structures to what we see in the Grand Canyon next to it. Like, are these massive temple buildings or stacked pyramids? I suspect so, as do the locals. Monument Valley, Utah. Well, are they monuments from a past civilization? They really, really look like it. They're super ancient. That's all there is to it. Here we got caves. Oh, and here we are in Spain. Roman hydraulic mining site in Spain. Well, were the Romans blasting water at these ancient ruins to dig out what was inside? Probably. Oh, we got the other missing continent of Atlantis. I'm not sure if this is channeled material, most likely. Isle of Babazar, interesting. Sea of Atlantis. Ashar, interesting. Here we have one of the broken T-pillars of Göbekli Tepe. We've got the ram. We've got, what is that? An anteater potentially. And a stork or something on there. Fascinating stuff. The fact that this site was buried 11,000 years ago, that's what makes it so astonishing. how and why did they bury it 11,500 years ago? And was it to survive the Younger Dryas catastrophe event? I suspect so. Here we have, I believe, the backside of, and literally on the tip of my tongue, and I forget, it's in the Andes, it's in Peru. There's giant face, the mountain, the cross. Oh my gosh, it'll come to me. All right. Oh, 1652, Tartary appears to have Machu Picchu. There we go. Machu Picchu finally came to me. Here we go. This is part of the terraces of Machu Picchu. Where? Oh, it sucks. Too low of resolution. Here we have, I believe, a mountain pyramid in Wyoming. Could be wrong. Pretty sure it's Wyoming. Another of these perfect arches. Is that a perfect alignment of... And the other word I was looking for, geopolymer. Is this potential red geopolymer sandstone? Was all of this macro made geopolymer by some ancient superior builder civilization? Potentially. Very, very potential. What looks like two kissing animals or heads, camels. I believe this one actually might be in Saudi Arabia, although it could also be in Arizona. There's a couple of them. Ooh, and here we have one of the first remaining pictures of the Colossus, I believe, in Egypt before they were moved and flooded. So why did they flood these tombs? What were they hiding? That's the only thing that makes sense. Here we have off the coast of Nazca, Peru, by all the Peruvian lines and geoglyphs, what looks like a giant fractal antenna in the side of a coastal mountain. It's absolutely huge in scale. Here we have some more original pictures of Egypt showing just how flooded and in ruins a lot of it was. And the scale of it. In India here, a temple, 2018, compared to the drawing of it in 1749. Again, was this some sort of antiquitech on top? Here we have more ruins in Arizona and caves. Caves in these hoodoos. Are they actually structures? I suspect that's exactly what we're looking at. The ruins of past ancient civilization. Speaking of which, here's an Olmec monolith in, I believe this is in the Yucatan Peninsula, somewhere in Mexico. And what's looking pretty African, pretty Egyptian, almost pretty Sumerian, but also Aztec, Mayan, Olmec. So clearly they were a worldwide civilization that had contact and travel. And this just astounding. Is that water all around? Like, what are the purposes of such towers? Wild. And again, some sort of fractal array antenna topping. Mind-blowing, to say the least. Water clearly having something to do with the energy with it. All right, here's a good picture of some of the Grand Canyon temple action and potential pyramids. Same area where Kincaid was said to have found his underground city with oriental mummies. And why are all of these labeled as giant temples and pyramids with holy names if that's not what they are? It's because it's exactly what they are. Ancient, past megastructures. This, I believe, is in either Arizona or Utah. Skull Rock, looking like a giant elongated skull. This, I'm not sure if it is real or if that is AI. Probably AI. Is this Bryce Canyon in the US? Also very, very suspect. Bryce Canyon National Park, just as suspect and incredible as the Grand Canyon sites. Here we have a drawing depicting the original excavation of the Sphinx and showing these giant tablets that were carved in front of it and that supposedly lowered down behind into an entrance. What happened to them? And why did they cover it up? Here's some more of Machu Picchu and showing just this macro terraforming of terraces all over these mountains. Just wild. So extreme. What was it called? I believe it was a Babylonian image, but might not have been. But like, that is looking pretty portal-like. And is this how they activated those the portal stone doors? Maybe a couple reverberating, resonating things here, and then the main one in the center, and resonates, reverberates open, potentially. Okay, that is more recent. Here we go. This somewhere might be China, might be Kazakhstan. Definite giant pyramid mountain. Like, that's wild. That's a crazy pyramid. That needs to be investigated further. Here we have somewhere in Central America, just throughout the forests, everywhere, lost pyramid civilizations. This one, I believe, is in India, in Dodap area. Again, very, very suspect Pyramid Mountain, and legends, locals claim the demigods built them and are buried inside. Here we got a clear rock face. Ha. You like the rock face? All right, so here is one of the cave entrances into the underground cities of the Grand Canyon complexes. This is the Colorado River, and boom, up you go. There's the entrance in. How can you deny? Is that where Kincaid's entrance was? No, there's many of them. Here we have some of the waterways in the Andes. Another giant arches, perfect arches. And like, look at this, perfect terraces, perfect parallel blockage going there. And I just don't see how nature could erode like that. It doesn't make sense. What makes more sense is them being leftovers of a previous civilization. Hey, thanks, Mo Sin. Right, letting the hair out today. And shout out Dragon Sage. All right, so this right here, some of the from above Nazca lines. This one, the hummingbird lines. And that is a giant desert below, and these are geoglyphs. Why is my mouse doing that? Oh, God. All right. There we go. Okay, hummingbirds. And another giant pyramid fort. How was this all carved out? Oops. Why the heck? There we go. Okay, look at that. Giant moat all the way around. And that is a pyramidal mountain with giant temples on top. Wild. And the Star Fort bastions. This is in India. Mind-blowing scope of size. Why does it keep doing this? All right, there we go. A butte somewhere in the Badlands of America. Another picture of the Egyptian temples before they were moved and flooded. But they took these guys out. What was behind it that is now filled with water? What did they cover up? Because this is all dammed under huge amounts of water. What are they hiding? That's pretty epic waterfall coming out of, well, is that a building? Former building? Who knows? These definitely are. They're in Mexico, in Mazatlan. Here's another picture of the Skull Rock Monuments Park. What are these actually? How does nature erode a perfect little balanced rock? Or are we going to find that there's a giant metal rod in there and it was manufactured a long time ago? You never know. Megalithic ruins of Peru. Why can't I remember the name of the city? Cusco, I believe. It was Cusco, Peru, I think. Just wild in size. Where was this from? Why the heck? There we go. Okay. Clearly blocks upon blocks, giant mounds. I believe this is actually in either Mexico or maybe Brazil. But here they're showing some excavated portions and giant megalithic blockwork within it. And they're looking like ziggurats almost from, the Mesopotamia, but that's Mesoamerica. And that looks like a building with giant entrance going up and all. I believe also Monument Park. Again, Arches National Park. How does that erode? It doesn't make sense. But what makes more sense is if it was a previous leftover construct from a past ancient super civilization. Very famous photo. I believe this is either in Peru, Mexico. Yeah, definitely. And an excavation. Look at what they found. Just wild. And how does this make sense? How do the castles and towers of Europe make sense? And why do they also have these archways? There's too many coincidences in matching archaeological and engineering around the world, or architecture. Just doesn't make sense. And look at how these pyramids were found. Just an absolute ruin. Something happened. Right? Man, I need to interview Klaus Donna. Shout out to Klaus Don. Great researcher. Found so many parts. Here we got some Babylonian, I believe. And look at how different this script is. I think this rock is in Saudi Arabia or Jordan, but what freaking language is that? That's just mind-blowing. What are we actually looking at? Why are sections removed? And who are these guys and girls? What is that depicting? Yes, definitely check out Klaus Donna. Absolutely next level work. Again, here we are looking over the Grand Canyon. Why is everything looking like megalithic blocks? Everything looks like giant blocks everywhere. And Isis Temple. Another giant building temple. Right? How? How did nature erode that perfect hole in a roof? No, that's the leftover wall roof of a building. it. How else do you explain that? Like, sorry, nature didn't erode that. Again, Mount Kailash. And the other little pyramid off the side supposedly might be where the entrance is. And Russian scientists claiming that you get 2 weeks worth of hair growth and nail growth when you're around Mount Kailash in a day, and it accelerates aging. Again, another angle of Mount Kailash, and, well, more of these energy structures made of gold. That's on the Tibetan side, I believe. Here we go. You know, just an old house, and buried beneath. What do we have here? Double stories of tunnels and building? Like, road just eroded away and you got a building below. Fascinating. This, I believe, is a picture from in Siberia somewhere. Just a random pyramid top sticking out of the tundra. More of Machu Picchu right here. I believe it's either Machu Picchu or one of the adjacent mountain areas or cities. Either way, just spectacular. Here's another photo of Mount Kailash. Another one of these crazy arches. And are they remnants of former giant buildings? I really do suspect so. Because how did water and air erode those? I believe this was called an ice building in Iran. Looks like a circular step pyramid building to me. And then you have these former inhabited micro cities in the canyons. What happened to them and the people that used to inhabit them? All right, this one, the Baluchistan Sphinx complex. Very, very interesting site in Pakistan, and what resembles some similar temple pyramid looking action and a potential sphinx. And what we'll see, right? Just super old, eroded, but yeah, clear pillars. What looks like eroded building. Baluchistan, Pakistan site. This is in either Bryce Canyon or Grand Canyon. Again, very suspect. And that's rock cut. That didn't erode. I think it's called Four Sacred Pools site. And are these ancient guardian monuments? Colossus. I suspect so. All right, these are wild ooparts. These are in it's mountain slash pyramid mountain in China, being excavated, dated to at least 150,000-year-old pipes. And there's a few different pictures of them I'll be going through here. This being waterworks in the Andes. This also in Bryce Canyon, what looks like potential figures, carving statues, and old castle wall, maybe. I don't know. Derinkuyu in Cappadocia, Turkey, and these giant stone doors that to block people from getting through, or something to get through, apparently. Then we have more Aztec, Mayan, Olmec pyramid ruins in the Americas being reclaimed from the jungle. How many more remain hidden underneath the jungles? Here we have more of Cappadocia and the mountain hill cave cities of Cappadocia being inhabited thousands of years, and then similar sites in the Americas, but no, they're not. They're natural. They're not man-made. Yet this is literally what exists underneath these. So how far do they go? How big is it? Who actually made them? Just so many questions. Another angle of Mount Kailash. What appears to be potential step pyramid action. Some more totem guardians in the Americas, monuments. The sailfish, supposedly, the name of this one in, I believe, Utah. Another close-up of giant rock skull monument park. Very suspect ruins. And here we have another Olmec or Aztec or Mayan headdress, and that's looking kind of pharaoh-ish. And is that a beard being depicted down there? Almost Asiatic. Fascinating as F. Very suspect. Another one of the monuments in the Grand Canyon with the Colorado River going underneath. And of course, if you haven't seen my episode on the Grand Canyon ruins, that at the time these were inhabited, this would have been one giant super lake where you would have just been sailing from pyramid structure to temple structure over and over. Another one of the arches in Arches National Park. Very, very suspect geology, to say the least. And why are these areas no-go zones? And why are there maps of a larger Antarctica with South America just about touching the tip? Africa over here, and the 4 islands around the North Pole. This was before, oh yeah, Australia still being part of Antarctica in this. Terra Australis. These maps predating the discovery of Antarctica, yet showing clearly mapped out land masses from a previous time, pre-cataclysm, what the world looked like. All right, some more of the Grand Canyon complexes. And pyramids all over the place. And these more of ancient Egypt. Some of the first pictures just showing it in absolute ruin and devastation. Like, how was it built? How were these built? And this is what they were found as. This in Mexico, I believe, Chichen Itza. Just absolute ruin when it was found. Here we have a Chinese pyramid with something clearly on top. And these temples, what the heck were they actually for, and what do they do? Because it's too complex not to have functionality. Just mind-blowing architecture. And that also looks like architecture, not archaeology. Or geology. Like, how is that still balancing this in Giant or Garden of the Gods, Colorado? Very suspect. Very, very suspect, to say the least. Here we are in Sudan, I believe. Nubia. Pyramids. All right, look at that. This, I guess, is called the Navajo clown or the Hopi clown or something. I don't know, but I don't think it's natural. That doesn't look natural. Another original picture before these were flooded. Fascinating glyphs. Just the scale and size. And why are the faces destroyed? What are they hiding? And why did they flood them? Very strange. Very, very strange. More giant terraces in, I believe this is also Peru. Hey, shout out Only Truths. Oh yeah, Palmyra is epic in Syria for sure. Sadly, ISIS destroyed a lot of it. Right? Pop them pyramid emojis up. I'm doing all right. I wouldn't say I'm doing great. They're good, but doing all right. Surviving. Definitely need more work. Haven't been this broke pretty much since the last 2 years of doing streaming, but it's whatever. Working on getting more job action. All right. Is this a waterfall? It looks like a waterfall coming out of this pyramid. So how is the water rushing out of the pyramid? Like, very strange. Unless it's part of their reconstruction and they're pumping it up. Not Pumapunku, not... I forget where in the Andes this is. I believe it's right by the Peru-Bolivian border. Just ridiculous in size. Here we got some more. So look at this. This is excavated out. It's at least a meter or so down that they've excavated of this guy. What is it actually showing being depicted here? Like, is this all technology? Because, like, wearing a giant freaking headdress like this in the jungle, it just doesn't seem very practical. And, like, what is this giant suit thing you're carrying around with you? Like, again, hieroglyphics carved into it, and they tried to claim there was no languages from these people. Grand Canyon from Point Imperial. Look at that. That is quite the suspect spire. And you got a nice pyramid in the background. And another pyramid in the background. And another pyramid in the background. And on the maps, all of these pyramids that you're seeing here are labeled as pyramids. So, they're admitting they are pyramids, and you're not allowed to go down there. You're not allowed to fly over it. You're not allowed to fly drones over it. You're not allowed to explore or visit those pyramids. Why? Alrighty, here we have some of the Father Crespi gold plate glyphs. Brahmi and Harpa. Wow. Appearing in the Father Crespi collection. So for all of those trying to claim that the native indigenous that gave Father Crespi these golden tablets of the Teos caves all those years ago somehow faked them, how the heck did they successfully translate Brahmi and Harpa languages, Harappa languages into it? It makes no sense. They couldn't have possibly faked it. There's no way of them knowing of those languages 100 years ago, yet alone somehow forging them. No, this is evidence of past global trade and civilization. Another sab? Yeah, please do. Please do. And I'm trying to find where you are so I can make you a moderator. What channel? Do you mind commenting again? Weird. Not your comments not showing in my live chat, but it's showing on here. So at least it's showing on there. All right, continue on. We've got some more Sumerian, Babylonian. And look at the size of these two people compared to these ones. So why is that? And what is this flying device depicting? Eh? Very strange. All right, more monoliths in Mexico or Honduras or throughout the jungles. They find them all over. That's looking straight Asian right there. Like I don't know, very Asiatic. An elephant? Is that an elephant? Couple of elephants and an Asian? Is that what we're looking at there? You tell me. Elefante, and an Asian face, potentially. Well, that's why they cover it all up. All right, this is in Iran, just in the middle of nowhere. What the bloody heck? What? Why is it not showing all the comments? Oh, there we go. There we go. Now I found you. There's another sab. It was showing. I was just blind. Okay, now you're moderator. Let us continue. Boom. Look at that in the middle of Iran, middle of nowhere. Makes no sense. Water still pouring thousands of years later. All right, another geoglyph site from the Nazca lines from pictures above, or airplane above. And what are we truly looking at here? Very, very strange. Very suspect, to say the least. The Jed. What is it? Right, still functioning water to this day, irrigation to this day in the high Andes from the Mayans, Olmecs, Aztecs, whoever made it. Again, one of these pyramidal palace structures in India. An absolute ruin when it first photographed, missing a couple of the things up top. Are these giant energy devices? Like, are they temples sending energy up or down to the gods? Quite possible. Again, a rim. Not sure why they've cut out the background. Maybe it's because we're not allowed to see the pyramids in the background, but what we are allowed to see looks pretty block-like to me. Is it our artificial construct? Isis Temple Pyramid. Right, like ancient rock drainage. Way better than what we make today. Again, like these look like ruins of carvings of something or biogeology potentially, who knows? But not natural, that's for sure. Interesting language we got here. Like, who the heck is wearing that? Or is that a giant golden tuning fork on your head? Maybe. I don't know, but if you're like going to war, I just don't see how that would help you in any way, you know? Like, makes no sense. More of Bryce Canyon. Very, very suspect looking. Very strange. Again, how the heck are we supposed to believe nature eroded that without taking it all down? Because before there was a hole, it would have just dammed up and then pushed everything through. No, like it just, I don't know. All right, we got more Chinese tree-covered mountain hills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at least. Oh, 11, 12. And where are these past towers? This is actually a real photo I got off a university site. Not sure exactly where all of these mini little pyramid sites were. I'm going to have to go back and find it, but yes, somewhere in the world this is and exists. All right, more what look like terraces all along the Grand Canyon. And then we have the pyramid complexes in the background. Pyramid, 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 potential pyramid here. All named as such, of course. Again, very, very suspect-ish geology. Very strange. And this, how does, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know. More of the Canyonlands. Some of Lake Powell. And supposedly under Lake Powell, there are cathedral rocks and stuff that are exponentially, and pyramids exponentially more magnificent than in the Grand Canyon complex. What's this little pyramid thingy? Very strange. Like, did they just build a cover to block the entrance of what's below the Sphinx? I don't know. Very strange. But yeah, we got no travel or communication between ancient civilizations, right? New Zealand, Mexico, and ancient Egypt, all depicting a very similar sky god device. Suspect, to say the least. Another pyramid mound. And another of the golden Crespi tablets given to Father Crespi in Ecuador at the turn of the last century. Very fascinating. Like, are these alchemical glyphs almost? Looking like it. And did they have a pope back then too? Maybe, eh? Interesting. Look at the size of this monolith. Up and up and up she goes. These look like hieroglyphics carved into it, just not high enough resolution, sadly. Yeah, no language whatsoever, just language carved all throughout. This is a satellite photo of a pyramid in Australia. Yes, you heard that right. Australia. Painting Grand Canyon. All right, here again, more of the crazy terraces in the Andes and just mountain cities that they made. This is the giant pyramid complex site in Mexico, now being found under the jungle through LiDAR and yet to be excavated. What are they going to find? Just wild. Oh, start there. And there's more on the other side. Wild. I guess maybe start here. Both. Very suspect. Isis Temple. Like, how can that be claimed to be natural? That's like the remnants of a wall or a giant's yard with, all his family up there. Who knows? But definitely not looking natural. Like, that looks like a building. That looks like a building. That looks like a building. It just doesn't look natural. Nor do these. They look like remnants of a past civilization. All right, so in Jordan, it's showing a certain type of rock cut, and then the same rock cut in the Assyrian and Egypt. Interesting. All right, more terraces in the Andes. And like, could you imagine when that had a roof on it and you were living there and farming this? Like, could you imagine living in that house? That's just up on a mountain, raising goats. Raising goats. Tablet of Shamash. Very interesting what is being depicted here. Like, who's he sitting on? Why are they so much smaller than him? More Arches National Park. It kind of looks like an owl face almost. All right, here's more of these ancient Chinese pyramid pipes dated to 150,000 years old minimum from the sediment layers found in. Right, you don't see that giant block thing right here that we saw in the other pictures once this guy was dug out, excavated. More of the rivers or water irrigation on the Andes. Still operating thousands of years after construction. And lots of reported UFO action in these mesas as well. I'm like, what the heck is that? Like, were these metal that then somehow like petrified into rock or something? Like, it just, there had to be some sort of functionality to this intricacy of what looks like a fractal waveguide antenna with a giant ball of mercury on top, supposedly reported a lot of times. Literally just bricks and ruin all around. Is there a massive bombing, war? Like, just in the middle of nowhere, right? Looking very suspect, like formations in the background as well, kind of looking like Egypt / Grand Canyon. Clearly a face. There's no way that you can argue that this is not a rock face, literally or figuratively. Yes, I was double punning. All right, so that's one heck of a buried column and one heck of a mud flood. My God, how long did it take this poor chap to dig that out with that shovel? Wild. Again, aw. Shout out to this married couple. Great spot. But that's got to be leftovers of a previous civilization. Again, is this like an eagle face? Are these caves like, is this formerly inhabited like Cappadocia? I don't know. Very suspect. And then we got what is supposedly an image of the Emerald Tablet. But it's like, where did this come from? Who took this picture? What language? There's so many questions when I see this. And did Thoth the Birdman really make that? I don't know. I need to get my hands on it, though. All right, more of Bryce Canyon. Again, these just, I don't know. Don't know. Like, looks kind of like structures. Definitely looking like the ruins of a structure right here. This is in the Grand Canyon. And that's looking like some former faces of construction. And then your inner giant megalithic blocks, potentially. Very suspect geology, to say the least. All right, from above, Teotihuacan, the Mexican City of the Gods, Pyramid City of the Gods, wild in scope. Like, are those flash petrified former giant mushrooms? I don't know. Here's part of Göbekli Tepe being excavated. Again, these maps showing South America almost touching Terra de Fuego and Terra Australis, all part of Antarctica in these previous or pre-cataclysm maps. And of course, Tartaria making up pretty much all. I guess this is Asia, Tartaria up here. It still has India down there and stuff, but what can only be described as a pre-cataclysm map. Mexicana before Mexico existed. Circus Arcticus before that should have existed. And of course, the 4 islands going around the pole. So everything else is Mexicana except for Mexico. But Gulf of Mexico is still Gulf of Mexico. Florida, like, you know how big Florida is, Chilaga, yet we don't have the Great Lakes yet. Wow, this map is something else. Peru before Peru, and it's way up in like Brazil, Ecuador, Colombia area. Wow. Fascinating map find right here. Like Chilaga, right where Chicago would be, but without the Great Lakes. America. A gamma? Huh. Very, very interesting map. And the mysterious site of Egypt. I guess this is like the blown up pyramid or something, they say or call it. This is on Malta, the largest megalithic site in Malta from above. Very interesting. All right, another one of these maps. Pretty much the same one, only it's also got the bottom where Terra Australis is still connected to Antarctica. So once again, these are clearly pre-cataclysm maps being copied before they've gone back out and explored it all. And that they're just copying the information Mexicana. So that's where they got Mexico and Canada from, I guess, apparently. Something else. That's a bridge. Like, that's a bridge. And that is a giant monolith totem. Just out in the middle of nowhere, just standing there. All sorts of language hieroglyphs carved on the sides. Fascinating. This big monolithic megalithic rock carving. And we got a funnel going off the top of the pyramid of Teotihuacan. This pyramid site again in Mexico. More of the terraces of the Andes, farming them mountainsides. Looking pretty building-ish. Just 100,000 or 20,000 years of erosion. Here we have another star fort, perfect star fort, out in the desert. I believe it's either Jordan or Libya or something like that. And they're all over the world, and identical design from a time before this time. I see some faces. Just how did this hole erode without knocking this down? It makes no sense. And yet you have another hole underneath it. Like, no, that doesn't happen naturally. It doesn't make sense. All right, Isis pyramid. We're gonna no, not high enough res. Mount Kailash. So this is interesting how they're fading this island out and replacing it with a bunch of smaller ones. Like, did this somehow... They're exploring here now, and this no longer exists. And is this Devon Island above Canada? Potentially, I suspect so. Here we have the Towers of Tibet, the Star Towers of Tibet. Like, what functionality? Why would you make it? Like, you just, it doesn't make sense unless they had other functions. Again, the 4 big islands making up the North Pole. Like, is that Hudson's Bay is just a giant freaking thing down? And here's still the lake with Norumbega there. There's the Norumbega Lake. Oh, wow. This is totally pre-cataclysm map. Wild. Very wild. The information we find hidden out there. Again, are these ruins that have just been extremely weathered? Are these former buildings that have just gone through petrification and catastrophism and hundreds, if not, or thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years of erosion? Do we have another face? I'm not sure. Very strange. I believe this is also Garden of the Gods, Colorado, with the Cathedral Rock or Cathedral Monument. Actual name that it is called. I'm not just making that up. Look at these perfect rectangular formations. Water wind doesn't do that. See, like, this is how it erodes. Rounded. What pyramid we got right there? That'd be a pyramid for show. Even labeled as such. Mount Kailash Pyramid. Carlsbad Caverns National Park. Right? Like, are these the insides of buildings that are remaining that we found? Potentially. More of the Nazca lines. Here they've literally cut off the entire top of a mountain range. Like, this is several mountain peaks that they have taken the tops off of to make this giant runway. Giant runway in the coastal desert mountains of Peru, Nazca, Peru. Like, what the heck is this? Very strange. I don't know. Is that even a real picture? Is that AI generated? Not sure. Not making any claims on that one. This looks like structures and layers. Definitely that is former building. That's what I see there. And here we have the catacombs below Paris. I don't see any bones, but I do see caved out cities. Like, these are carved out rock cities underneath Paris. This is the official catacombs. Strange, eh? Oh, very pyramidal structures. Look in there. I believe this is called Nimrod's Castle in Israel. Looks like a giant dam. I don't know. Another pyramid looking thing on Devon Island. I'm not sure. The pyramid right there. Peak right there. Pyramid there. Like, how is that natural? It's like a, well, like, what? Very suspect. Like, what were these temples used for? I really don't know. Small Yucatan. Wild site. And here we go. Here's Isis Temple before they covered up the cave system in it, the giant entrance that somehow grew a wall when an airplane hit it. The first time in history that a giant cavern opening turned into a wall when it was struck by an airplane. Yes, you heard that right. You can now go and see that this is a giant wall, and that when they closed down the Grand Canyon in the late 50s, early 60s, because of an airplane crash, magically a wall appeared covering up the giant arch entrance of Isis Temple. So yeah, there's also that. We got, this is a pyramid site in Scotland. You can see terracing on the adjacent hills. This is dubbed the Astronaut Guy, also in the Peruvian coastal mountain lands, the geoglyph sites there. Thank you, Gold Coast Lady. Appreciate that. Here we got someone hiking, and boom! Oh, it looks like a couple pyramids on top of the mountain there. And we got a pyramid on top of a pyramid mountain. I believe this is in Dodap area, India again. And Nazca lines, we've got the stork. And clearly, you had to be able to see from above in order to make these. And just the scale and size of this, it's inexplicable, it's impossible, and it breaks the narrative so much. These are the Nazca lines. Here again, Ecuador, Peru, the Crespi collection, another one of the golden tablets. Who is that sorcerer? Come on. Oh, no. There we go. Okay. Now it's working. Pyramid potentially here. Pyramid up here. And they are also labeled as such. This is the Grand Canyon complex site. Ooh. We got a Stig. Good day, Stig. David Stig joining in. How are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, my friend.
All right. Well, I got home and I knew you were online because I was wow. Now I'm live. How many people are watching?
We got 44 right now. It's not a whole lot.
All right. Yeah. Subscribe to Stig. I need it. I'm gonna give up on YouTube very soon. I'm serious about this. I'm so close.
Right?
I mean, YouTube is it's just playing me. And like I said, thanks for the invite. And I was on the road when you first started communicating on the email, and I was like, I don't have any bandwidth. Check my history. I can't even log on and do a live stream through OBS. I'd probably start using StreamYard. I should.
Yeah, StreamYard's pretty good, right? Like it gives a lot more, or it's easier to get in with and stuff. Have you looked through?
I've been listening to the last like 10 minutes of your. I started on my phone, and then I got home and I pulled it up, and I'm like, oh look, you invited me, and I kept clicking the buttons, and here I am.
Nice.
I should have put my sunglasses on. Where are my sunglasses? Oh wait, here they are. I got them.
So, good one. So I've almost been going for 2 hours now. I was just about to wind down, but now you've joined.
What do we want to talk about real quick, and then we can wind down. I didn't want to stay on for trust me. I don't even understand your system. You were talking about getting online a few days ago. Yeah, right there. Man-made, right? Or I shouldn't say man-made, but
something made.
Something
right?
made, yeah. And I saw the one you were showing. Oh, just a minute ago. I got such a good one for you right now. I'm going to share my desktop with you, but I'm going to pull it up so I have it ready. But the mound you showed in India just now, I can show you aligned mounds just like that one. And that mound is aligned with mounds over at the Rashat structure where I went 3 times. 3 times.
They're aligned, really aligned.
Yeah, I'm gonna give them to you right now, but I got to share the desktop.
Yeah, share your screen by all means.
I'll tell you what. Let me get it ready first. Finish what you were saying. You're showing some stuff. What is that? What country?
So that was this. Oops, sorry. This one I believe is Russia, and we got what looks like a pyramid right there, and a really old really old building.
Okay, so you've been saying pyramid. I've been like, well, maybe a mound.
Mounds. But I assume that most mounds are just a buried pyramid. So that.
Yeah. Well, okay. I don't know about, but then you mentioned the terracing, and I can show you terracing all over South Africa. I'm going to open it up in Google Drive because I forgot that I updated it.
Yeah, please do. Please.
So you're going to wind down. How long do you usually go for? We got 10 minutes?
Yeah, about that. If AI is gonna take
10
over, but
minutes. AI, what?
we could go way longer. No, like if I do it under 2 hours, then the StreamYard lets me have an AI feature that makes a whole bunch of shorts at the click of a button. But
That sounds like
we
a
can
good
go
idea.
longer now that you're here and just make some epic content because you're awesome. So
Okay,
don't feel
so
like
I just went to the Sage Wall, right?
yes,
Where's
you
your
did.
chat? You don't have any where are we? StreamYard?
Yeah.
Do you have a chat going on you can watch the chat. I don't want to look at it anyways. But I just went to Sage Wall and you know what? I'm sorry I didn't invite you along. I'm going back up there because the
Okay.
reason why I had to come down because I have a dental implant popped out of my mouth in Montana. And then that
Yikes.
picture right there, that picture you're showing of the Sphinx, I really believe if you look at the head, how dark the head is, it's totally different material. That's cement, and it's on top of the limestone or the limestone,
Yeah,
and
no doubt.
that's cement. That's cement, and you can see right under the chin where the light colored limestone gets covered up with the cement. I believe they cut off the okay, maybe the lion's head from 30,000 years ago fell apart, decayed, didn't look good anymore. It had a big nose, it fell off. So the Egyptians are like, we're going to just make this ours. And then they put that head on it and they made it of their emperor, right? They didn't do it. What happened? Why am I freaking out over here? Okay, I got it now. Okay, let me put this over here. That's StreamYard. You're watching the chat. If anybody has any questions, please subscribe to my channel at Stig.
Well, if
At
you want to go for like
need
half hour, you can go live on your channel right now.
Let's see how far we go. Do we want to talk about the megaliths or do we want to talk about Atlantis? I'm sorry, the Rishat structure. I went there. I went to the Rishat structure in February, March. I was there
Right?
Valentine's Day, February. I was there Valentine's Day. I'm gonna figure out how to share my desktop.
Yeah, share
Present.
screen at the bottom. Yeah,
Share
present.
screen.
And then
That's what we want right there. I think. Let's try
yeah, then there's a couple different tabs, and you might want window, or you might want tab, or you might
wait a minute.
want.
I didn't see that. I know what you're talking about, but I didn't see that. I just went for this. I got it showing. Can you see it or share it?
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're good. Perfect. Boom.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. I'm in the desert. Okay, let's see if I can get rid of that. I can't? Okay, well, whatever. That's a That's okay.
Nice.
That's my view.
That's
That's me in the Temple of Xoloitzcuintli. Sorry, I said it again. I made that mistake again. Man, maybe I should get a drink. It's the Temple of Quetzalcoatl.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I was like 2 years old, and at that temple in Mexico, they didn't have the rules set yet, so they let me all the terraces.
Right, look at that. That's awesome, man.
All the terraces in Asia reused, all the terraces all over the world. Start with South Africa. I went to Cambodia 2 times. I'm on the boat in the Khon San Lap Lake, and I was still ignorant. I didn't know anything yet when I was right there. I still ignorant. That's me.
I got you. I understand the reference of you putting that up there. I get it, right? Because it's like now when you travel, you got new eyes, and it's like you see everything of like, hey, this could be a lot older than what it really is.
Well, that was my second trip, and I was still ignorant. But if you want to talk about Cambodia and what's the name of that place? I was gonna not the lake, but the famous temple is. Sorry, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Right? Always. Why do we always forget it every time?
Well, literally. I'll get it later. The minute I stop thinking about it, it'll pop into my head. Okay, so this is how I learned geography in the military. And there's the other one right here. This is geography in the military. Now, this is what I learned on the internet. But you know what's missing from this is the enclaves, the caves. By the way, I started knowing something was up when I saw this. An elongated skull with successful brain surgery where the bone actually started to grow. my freaking implants got pulled out. I didn't tell the whole story. I went to Mexico. I had one fall out. I said, put it back in. They said, no, you're infected. We're taking them both out. So I have to figure my teeth out. I'm going back up to Utah. I'm going back up to that pictures I've been sharing, those gold sluices from an ancient time. Take a look. This is from Graham Hancock. This is where we knew that we didn't have Clovis first anymore, because you saw numbers like Bluefish, 24,000, Monteverde, 15,000, Tirapay, 22,000 years old. And look at that arch. You're going to tell me that right. Arch happened naturally? That's right, as long like as
how? How?
It happened in it's in the Arches. I'm going to go there. I'm going back
Arches
there.
Arches National Park, right?
Yeah. Arches National Park. It's a football field. You can see a little cut here. You can see a little cut there. That's not natural, man. Look at how thin it gets.
No, not at all.
The
right?
giant, the giant was tempting fate. He's like, I can take a little bit more off. I can take a little bit more off. And the mom, and by the way, there was probably a roof covering this whole thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And and they were all in there watching the guy go, let's just take a little more off. How thin can you go? Well, let's see. It's 300. It's 100 yards. It's longer than a football field, but we're going to go down to, what does that look like? A foot? Maybe 2 feet?
2 feet, I think,
like,
right?
If that didn't get broken by vandals, like guys in their 4x with beers, throwing beers at it, before it was then I don't know what to say about that.
And that there's like 100 of them in this little area.
Right. And the one you showed before I joined you, you had it showing where there was the arch and then there was a little circle on the top. In Taiwan, and I lived in Taiwan for 25 years. They had the same thing. They called it the Stonehenge of Taiwan, and they had a little circle. It's for alignment purposes.
Right, like guaranteed the sun or the moon, either during the equinox or the solstice, like perfectly aligned in that hole, and they're going to tell you it's eroded.
Well, or a star, or solstice, or probably not the vernal equinox, but I believe the solstice was very popular. I mean, look at Stonehenge. Now, this is the pregnant stone in the same place where they have that other one that I mentioned in Taiwan. I was in Taiwan 25 years, and these are the nubs of the pregnant stone. But this is really not that special, but when you know that it's connected to Yonaguni, then it's special.
Yes.
And it is connected. It's connected. You don't realize it, but when you're in Taiwan, I got to open up the Google Earth. I better go a little faster. I want to show you a bunch of stuff.
It's all good. We got an hour. It's all good. No worries.
Apparently, this is in Utah. And this is, you've seen this before. Not Utah, in the middle of the desert, probably Saudi Arabia or the Arabian Peninsula. I don't remember where that's at.
That one might be Turkey, actually, in Turkey. I think.
Really? And by the way, those are almost the
there are similar ones. There's similar ones in Saudi Arabia.
I mentioned Graham Hancock. Of course, I read his books, 4 of them. Yonaguni was Underworld, and I read that one too. I didn't finish that one. This is, for me, Randall Carlson. And I learned so much from Randall Carlson. But uniformitarianism is what Randall Carlson doesn't believe. The Missoula floodplain. Stop showing us the Missoula floodplain. You know he's keeping secrets, right?
Oh, yeah.
He told me, he taught me that the Giza Great Pyramid represents the size of the earth and so many other things about the pyramid. He taught me about cataclysms. This is his slide. He deleted these videos because he doesn't want to talk about the Rishat structure as much as you think he wants to, because we think he's keeping secrets. I mean, people were doing megalithic stuff, and I learned from him. But now Jimmy from Bright Insight, he's the one that brought in the Herodotus connection.
Right.
This is my favorite map because it shows right next to Atlas Mountains. I'm sorry, I can't zoom in. Let me try. No, I can't zoom in. But if I could, you would see that's the Atlas Mountains there. And then the Atlantis tribe is right next to it. Now, the funny thing is the Atarantes, you can't find these two tribes. You can't find them in any other reference. Garamantes, yeah. The other one, Ammonia, yes. So those two you can. Aguila, not much. But Atarantes, we have the city of Atar. It's right here. The city of Atar is right there. So when you're going to the Eye of Africa, Atarantis tribe could be here, but Atlantis is here. And maybe it's both. Maybe it's neither, because the Atlas Mountains is over here. So when you talk about a tribe being right next to them, you've got a big chunk of area that shows that. It doesn't really represent it in what Herodotus wrote. So it's wondering, did the Atlantis tribe exist all over this whole area? Who knows? And Jimmy also talked about the castle in the middle of the Rashat. I went there. I was there Valentine's Day. I've been there 3 times now.
So there's a castle in the middle of this.
Well, okay, we call it the castle, but it's really a military fortress.
It's a star fort. It's a star fort.
Well, I don't want to get too deep into this. I'm telling you, it's not that old. This is actually from the French military. But
is it just that rock right there? Like what you're showing? Was that a picture of the wall making
That's
it?
right there. That's just it.
Okay, yeah, that ain't that old for sure.
When I went there, I thought I was going to see a wall, and I saw more of a pile of rocks. Now, are they straight? Yeah. They are straight, but they're straight, but they're this is what you get. So it's not like it's a. And
like, how is that even considered military? Like, how can you even hide behind that?
That little thing, somebody would lie right there, and over here somebody would lie right there, and they would aim their guns. It was training. It was all military training.
Oh, okay. It was just
that's. Oh, by the way, let me show you where that is if you're not familiar with it. I went to all the places around here. Okay, so the first place that you got to know about is this one right here, out in the middle of nowhere. I've been here twice.
Oh, it's still.
And I'm gonna admit live on your radio, there's a new tire track right there. I almost drove right over it.
The picture didn't change. It's still the same one with the.
Yeah, I think it has changed a little bit. I did go back to that spot, but I wanted to visit these quarries that Randall Carlson mentioned. We'll get to that later, but his exact words were, there were chert outcrops in this region, in this structure, being quarried by somebody. How long do you think Randall Carlson says ago? 1.2 million years ago. So somebody was there at 1.2 million years ago. That's what Randall Carlson says. I trust Randall Carlson on that. Plato was one of the later philosophers, right? Solon, who told the story of Atlantis, was actually literally 200 years earlier, but Plato claimed to be holding his writings in his hand and to still hold them and to have studied them as a young child. So when we talk about the telephone game, it didn't happen between Solon and Plato. It happened, he had the writings in his hand, so it happened between the Egyptians and Atlantis, because Solon wrote down what the Egyptians told him, and then Plato was the one who learned it 200 years later from his writings. By the way, we talk about what Plato actually wrote. Even Randall Carlson is weird about that. Let's talk about what Plato said. Well, Plato never said in the middle of the Atlantic, because he mentioned impassable area of mud. Do you think you have mud in the middle of an ocean? This is actually a real layout of Atlantis according to what Plato wrote, but stretched out to go over the center. So look how close that is. even though it's about 4 times bigger than what Plato wrote, it almost matches perfectly. This comes from Parker, Mike Parker. We were talking about this. He's in England. He's very smart. Plato said that the twin brother of Atlas received the extremity of the island towards the Pillars of Hercules, facing the country which is now called the regions of Gades. Okay, right there where the black cross is. I went to Gades. It's an awesome city. But if you're talking about facing the country now, you're talking about Spain.
Yeah. Right?
Okay, we're not talking about the middle of the Atlantic. This is another thing that we kind of think. You show the Tamanrasset mega river, and there's the Atlantis concentric circles, maybe. Well, I can show you canal systems that link that together. So Libya, which is what Plato said, Libya and Asia combined is smaller than Atlantis. We're not talking about islands. Michael Hubner did a paper taking all of the things, and there it is right there. That's Atlantis. What Plato wrote points right here, and that's Morocco. That's a stone's throw away from Mauritania. It's also just south of Spain. Gades was Atlantis. Gades, Sumusa, and the diverse islands in the open sea were mentioned by Plato. So we've got the country that's within the Pillars of Hercules. That's Africa and maybe Spain. But he mentions Tyrrhenia under the sway. But we've got these diverse islands out there. I used to think it was divers islands. I wish I could make this little tab go away. Okay, anyways. So basically what I'm trying to say is that the old world thinking was Europe, Asia, Libya. But what we didn't see over on the right is the Tamanrasset River separated Atlantis from Libya. And that Tamanrasset River
so much sense.
That's a real place. This river right here was bigger than, it was like trust me, it's still, you have the evidence that it was a major mega river. Compared to Senegal, compared to Niger, is bigger, much bigger. And it's really, in a way, when you cross through the Pillars of Hercules, it was almost like a straight line.
Right? Like, that's
so Paleo-Tamanrasset. And don't forget all the mega lakes that existed as well, serving that river. Come on, this was green. Right? So here's my theory. That big red line is the Tamanrasset. And by the way, don't forget, before the floodwaters rose 400 feet, the exit was out here. This was the exit, not inside, not right there, but that's okay. And by the way, I believe there was a second outlet right here. It makes a lot of sense to my research. But right up here, this blue area, that's the Eye of Africa. That's a 200-mile long shoreline. Let's talk about, it's right here. It's coming soon. But there was a big, I messed up my preparation. No, we're going to see it in a second. I'm going to show you. Okay, so you know this map, right? What's the name?
The Piri-Reis map.
Piri-Reis map. Look at it. By the way, Piri-Reis map, so perfect. Do you know that this little thing here, maybe even the so-called shoal of mud, is still there? Wow. It's 10 kilometers long. And yeah, it's a little short here. You've got what's called Cape Verde. Oh, that's down here. Cape Myrick is right here. Cape, what's this one called? I forgot it. Capo Blanco, Cape Blanco. That's right here. And up here is Cape Argun. That's actually, that line right there doesn't represent the Tropic of Cancer, but that's almost the same spot as the Tropic of Cancer, 23.5 degrees. So this is about 20. And yeah, they show a river. But wait, there's more. Don't just talk about the existence of elephants.
Right? I was about to say the elephant right there. Boom.
What about, okay, so you take the Tamanrasset River, which is clearly depicted in the 1500 map called the Piri Reis map, and it hits a mountain. Now, is that the shoal of mud? I don't think so. I think the shoal of mud was right here because more river would have washed it out. But that is definitely the Adrar. And what's this circle over here on the other side of the bird? So you go east in the Taman Rasset, you go hit the Adrar Plateau, maybe the shoal of mud, maybe over here, maybe in here, whatever. And then you get the bird. I'm just joking. Whatever this little thing is, I don't know what that little thing is. Can you see my mouse arrow?
Yes, we can perfectly. Thank you.
So
yeah, you got it on
over here on the other side, you've got a river that hits the bird's neck. Okay, so maybe there's a river underneath the bird, but you've got a circle here. What the F is that? And you can look at it
with the city in it.
With it's a basically, I believe that's a castle, and that represents a village or a city. And who's this guy up here? Is that Masa Musa? I don't know who this guy is.
Right? The Masa Musa, the richest king of all time, right?
Yeah, by the way, the Azores Islands didn't have gold and it didn't have elephants. So I'm sorry, Randall Carlson. This is the slave trade map, and you can see Wadan. That's the Eye of Africa right there, Wadan. And then over here is Todini. There's a prison there. There's salt, slaves. There's a slave map here. Salt, slaves. Okay, keep going. There's that place I was mentioning, the 200-mile-long shoreline. I believe there was an ancient sea right here. There's an ancient sea right here. Before, I used to believe the Taman Rasset River went this way. That's a mining community. That's the longest train in the world. Goes there every day to get iron ore. Maybe there's 2, maybe there's 3. You can jump on that train. It's very famous. But in my opinion, the Taman Rasset probably went this way. And there was another river that came out down here. Look at the salt. You can see the shoreline, the ancient shoreline. I could talk more about this curve.
Oh, yeah.
Don't forget, in modern day, water does not escape the Reshat structure. Don't believe for a second this fills up and drains out. No. This is Wadan right here. I showed you over here. Wadan. It's actually spelled now with an Ouadane, Wadane. It's the same place. We know Arguin. This is not mythology here. This is real. These are real names.
Right.
But
so when it was labeled Atlantis there previously, there's a reason for it.
Well, the Atlantis tribe was there, and they were there after the cataclysm. They were there during the time of Herodotus, during the Persian Wars, the Greek-Persian Wars. Now, here's another thing. That's Wadan right there, Wadane, whatever you want to call it, right here. I slept there. There's a hotel I can recommend. It's right here, by the way. And if you look at this Reshat structure, I put a brown line where the shoreline continues over here. But there is a mouth. I don't believe that mouth was formed by the Wadan River. I believe that mouth was formed by something else. So this is the old circle right here. Something broke through. I've been here. I call that the donut. This line right here, I've been looking at that for 5 years. Recently, new LiDAR images have shown that is unnatural. I'm going to show you. There it is. Look at the line now. You don't really see it very clearly, but this is a LiDAR image by the guy that
took a giant canal cut out straight through the rock.
I would say it's a bridge. I would say this is a dam. I would say this is a dam. Also, right here, you've got a north-south dam right here. So Wadan is here, and then you've got 2 dams going to this ancient village, city of stone. But then you do have this line. I used to wonder, why is it so straight? It's connecting. There's also a canal here, man-made. I don't have the evidence here. You can see what I call the donut. I believe that was an impact. I believe that it was an impact. There was water or something that muted the impact over here as well. We can talk about this later, but if you look at that, it's a perfect circle except for the missing southwest quadrant. We can talk about that later. But for now, look at all the lines here making dams across these rivers. This is a river, right? And there's a dam going across it there and here.
Oh, yeah.
You can see an up-down line. They're going north-south. So I believe these were made more recently than more ancient stuff. You can see it going across right there. You can see a bunch of lines up here, a bunch of lines right here, a bunch of lines going here, and over here. I can't zoom in, or I would zoom in and show you even more up-down. I call those agricultural ridges. Agricultural ridges that were keeping the water going towards there was probably a big body of water here. We need LiDAR.
And those could have been built like as the climate changed and they were trying to keep it, or like...
Yeah, it could have been a later project. It could have been a project done after Atlantis fell, after the cataclysm occurred. It could have been a later project. But the question is, what type of machinery was able to make that? Over here, I'm going to show you where this is. If I zoom out, and you can zoom out and you can see what's over here. That's a shoreline as well. And that's a real big mystery for me, because I can believe there was some type of a stoppage to stop water from coming through here and creating this lake that created the shoreline here. But I don't understand how this shoreline was created here. And that really is a shoreline. And on top of it, all this ancient machining, all this work, all this project, you can see these lines. Go over to the edge. This little gap is called the White Valley. I know the guy that owns here. You can go camping here. If you want to go camping, talk to me. You can go stay there for a month. There's all these palm trees. He claims he owns them all. I don't know about that, but I can tell you that I can get you permission to go in here and you can sleep and live and camp.
Genuine oasis.
It is an oasis, yes. There's a bunch of them in here. Lots of them. There's even, I haven't found it. This is about 1,000 feet higher over here. We call that Manhattan. It also has the name Emiert, or even the name Dar. Emiert, Dar, Manhattan. But if you go over here to the edge, you can see the straight lines that were carved in. Don't say that was natural erosion that created these straight lines going off the edge there. Something was doing machine work. And by the way, you don't just have that straight line. You have the 45-degree cross cut. You can see.
I guess the chat can't see the cursor hardly.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. And I do talk fast, and I apologize. I am a little bit excited.
You got a lot to cover.
Look at those 45-degree cross cuts. I can show you that 45-degree cross cut in a lot of examples of ancient machining and quarrying. I saw one of your chat members mention quarrying. Well, when I went there the third time, I'd never got right here. Every time I drove past it, I went up here to Atar, and then I went up here on top of the mountain. This is the Adrar Plateau, and that's where you can see the road, and you can see the police checkpoint. Oh, and yeah, there's also this road.
I don't know if we're on the right picture to what you're describing.
Okay, let me look at the where's the. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. It's still showing Manhattan.
That's why we can't see it.
You want to know why? Because I chose the wrong setting. I've been showing you Google Earth this whole time, and I chose the wrong setting about the share screen, because you told me you can choose the window or you can choose just that one tab. Yeah. And I chose the tab, so I made a big mistake. And so I've been talking out of my butt. Okay, so let me just go over what I mentioned. I was showing you over here Can you see my mouse
Yeah, now we can see your cursor. Yeah, we can see it again.
Yeah, but I
And
can't show you Google Earth. I'm sorry
well, you
about
can
that.
just just stop the share and then reshare Google Earth so we can see, because what you were describing sounds epic, and we definitely need to see it for context.
All right, let me try that one more time. Share screen.
You got it.
Okay. Select tab. No. Window. Yes. There we go. Okay. And share. Okay. So now you can see Google Earth.
There we go. Perfect. Yes, sir.
All right. And so what was I saying? I was saying that I didn't understand the shoreline here for this we call it the
oh yeah.
How do you describe
that?
All that machining was done. And I moved over here to the right and I said, yeah, you can even see over here on the right-hand side all the 45-degree cross cuts here, here, here. I mean, come on. Look, we've got all these lines going. We can say parallel. They're not perfect. They're as parallel as if you were making a road on your farm with your car. Right? And then, then you've got a 45-degree.
To be natural. It's impossible for that to be natural.
Look, let me be okay. So my statement about that is nothing's impossible. Everything could have happened naturally. But when you look at all the different varieties and examples in one shot, in one place, now we're talking about
statistically impossible.
And when you see stuff like this, you look at it and you say, wait a minute, is that natural? You see those straight lines in there? Again, it was all broken up by someone. Somebody. By the way, I still love Randall Carlson, but he did kind of snub me. He kind of humiliated me when I saw him in person. I read more than just a couple of Wikipedia pages. I love Randall.
Like, man, I went there 3 times. Shit. Don't hate on Stig.
The first time I went there, and by the way, this was my first trip. I was over in the city of Wadan, and I found these rocks underneath. Now, on top of everything are these rocks that you can see on top. But this one place, I saw somebody had dug down a little bit. These are all like, it's kind of hard. I'm going to get the video. I can find this exact spot in Wadan. But to me, they look like they're carved and then covered. There's this place somewhere out there that I've never been called the Roman Road. It looks just like that. So in my opinion, some of this stuff has been covered up.
What?
I'll go back over it again.
So
yeah, this is I'll go to Wadan and show you where that is so you know where I'm talking about, because I don't think I did show you Wadan because I had messed up.
No,
it's right here. Wadan is an ancient city. Wait, I missed it. It's over here. Sorry. There we go. And the hotel is here. This is the new area. That's my hotel right there. This is my hotel. Wait, where is it? I go to this hotel. I've been there more than 3 times now. There it is, right here. You see it right when you enter. So I slept in here 3 times, right there in that room. I stayed in the same room over. I go to the bathroom over here, and I bump my head twice. If you're tall, be very careful. Now, the old part of town is over here, and you're not going to get any. We're not going to get any street view. Oh, we got a few things. Well, let's do one. Let's do one. There is a couple of things here. No, not really. I don't want to waste time with that. That obviously is the. Let's click this. There we go. I know where this is. They're going to show you this tower, right? But that tower is made modern day. And then look what happened here. The whole thing fell over, man. You wouldn't want to be living in there. I'm telling you.
Oy.
Yeah, I did a couple videos standing right here. That was me. That was me. Okay, let me just give you a couple more things, because now we're going to talk about the megalithic stuff. Look at this topographical image. What is that ridge right there? You see it? Oh. I wanted to visit that. It's kind of out of the way, so I didn't make it to visit any part of that. But I really think to myself that this thing was an ancient water wall. It has a couple of breakthroughs that could have been canal cut-throughs. But I'm not talking about that. I want to go down here to another one. Now, this area, the Rashad structure is up here out of the picture, but I want to talk about this. You can see the highest point in the Adrar Plateau. If you look at this, it's 2,600 feet above sea level. And this is where you first enter, and there's a bunch of things. I went there. I walked down this canal. The highest point has this plateau, but on both sides, you get these quarry lines. I call over here the Twin Peaks. I believe those are also artificial mountains. Here, this is the quarry peaks. You can't see the lines very clearly. Let's go in Google Earth to this spot, and I'll show you. Am I talking too loud?
No, that's amazing, Stig. Appreciate this.
Okay, what's going on here? Let me turn out. What's going on here? Okay, this is, oh, I hate that. Okay, there we go. So let's go in here. Now, I did go here. I call that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Okay, why? Because Rudolph, okay, let's get rid of this street view. Rudolph has a very shiny nose right there. That's Rudolph's nose. Okay, that's Rudolph.
It does look like a big old reindeer.
But let's zoom in, right? Okay, so the dark little here, it looks like a fish maybe. That's the highest point. And on both sides, we have quarry lines that will appear when you get in there. Look at those lines. Who made those quarry lines? Those parallel lines are cutting away from the highest point. Was water here? I don't think so. I think they were mining or they were trying to level it out. You can see more lines over here. Look at that long one right there. These quarry lines were carving into the earth and terraforming the Adrar Plateau. Now, over on the left, you have quarry number 1. I was right there. I walked down that quarry right there. Now, I'm sorry, that's a canal. And there's another one over here that I never made it to. It starts right over here. And then you can follow that down. They're parallel canals, bro. And these parallel canals, let's look at the presentation, are right here. So you got Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the highest point in the Adrar Plateau, and 2 parallel canals, more than 10 miles each, maybe almost like 15, kind of on how you define it. So you've got the parallel canals. They're all dry. You've got the parallel cuts. You've got the highest point with 2 bisected peaks. Now, I want to make this clear. I went there. Okay, I don't have the pictures handy, but I stood right down here. I drove right there. That's the road. And you see that line that's quarrying across the peak? I saw that from the ground. You can see that. That's not just
through the peak, through the highest point.
Okay, so the highest point's over here, but this is, by the way, and there's another one down here. It also has a quarry line going right through it. It's very hard to see, but you can see it from the ground. When I stood down below, I took pictures. I don't think I can get those. I've already shown him. Let me see if I can grab that. Let me see. Right here. Right here. The D drive is on it's not flash drive anymore. Where's my pictures? Okay, here's the images. Okay, so here's one. There you go.
We're still on Google Earth. We're still on Google Earth.
You can't see it? Okay, you can't see it. You can't see it. Okay.
You'll have to switch over.
But I'm sharing it in that window. Let me try one more time. Okay, just trust me. Okay. You can't see it. That's dumb. Because I shared the monitor, not the window this time. Okay, I'm going to share that later. I'm going to share it later.
Okay, we'll continue with Google Earth first.
You got to trust me. I've got some really good ones.
I know you do.
Okay, anyways. Now, wait a minute. So these 2 bisected peaks that are right here, and I did go there. They're right here. You can turn them. And I do want to tell you later, if you turn them this way, right here, and you take a look down there at the compass, you can see that it's literally the ancient axis was northwest rather than north. So that's going to be important later. But right now, go straight south and you get to this thing. That is the beginning of a completely different wall. It's a very long wall. Now, out here, it isn't very wall-like. but it goes all the way out here, and there's another quarry. We're going to look at that slowly. You can see it here. By the way, when you look at that, I say this is a smoking gun because it looks like it was put on top of another plateau. So you've got the highest point in the Adrar Plateau, and you can kind of see that there's this plateau down here, right? Oh, wait, what happened? Okay, let's just keep going here. You can see this wall looks like it was placed right on top of it, and it aligns right with those 2 points, those 2 bisected peaks called Twin Peaks. Here you can see the wall. Whoops, sorry. Here you can see the wall going across. It's literally 100 feet higher. And you can see this material in somebody's photo from Google Earth. Let me show you how I got that. So when you go to that wall, you can see there's Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. There's the 2 Twin Peaks. There's actually a third one in the middle that's a little higher, but it's a saddle. But if you keep going over here to this, you can yourself go to the layers and turn on photos. And you'll see somebody posted a picture of this. You kind of have to wait. That's okay. They put it down here, but I'm pretty sure that it's right there. I could be wrong. There's a photo. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. So according to this, it's down here, but I don't know. I think it's right there. And there you go. That's it. I mean, look at those balls of that. What created that?
Right? Like, essentially, these are giant walls that would have been directing water in like an inland lake sea around the Atlantis.
Yes, a water wall. But listen, I told you the first time I went to the Rishat structure, maybe I didn't finish saying, and by the way, let's take a look. So you can kind of see those quarry lines right there. And then you can see the 2 canals. You can see the bisected peaks. You can see the long water wall. That's where I went. I was right here. I drove from here to here. It took like half an hour. Harsh road. It's not for a Pinto.
Oh, did you mean to switch back to Google Earth? Right.
No,
I can see your map. Never mind. We're good.
Yeah, I'm talking about right here. But I did want to mention over here, that's also very sus. I heard you using that word the other day. I couldn't make it to your show, but I heard you saying this is very sus.
Very sus, right?
You got
very
these
sus.
parallel machining lines. By the way, Manhattan is right there. So, yeah, but when I left the Rishat structure the very first time, I was like, man, I'm not convinced. But then I discovered the Rishat Canal. That's 50 miles going through the Adrar Plateau. That's a 50-mile canal. Didn't I show you that before? This is where it ends, and you still have trees inside it.
Yeah, no, you went over that the last time we were all on together for sure.
Right there. Yeah, it points right at the mouth of the Rishat structure. Why would it be pointing right directly at the mouth of the Rishat structure? And I found this live on TV, by the way. Live on TV. This is a 30-mile long chunk. What? And you can see that cut through. Was that a canal? Was it a road? Why would they need that? Okay, so again, I told you about mounds. The Rishat structure is the same as the one I found. And I saw the ones you were showing in the Grand Canyon. This is in the Grand Canyon right there. They're the same alignment. And there's one more. So you got this one. That's the Rishat structure. I'm sorry, the nearby. It's nearby. That's the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer's nose. And by the way, that doesn't even have a name, but this one does. It's called Tomyat. This is the one in the Grand Canyon. You've got quarrying all around it. And then you've got these 2 circles that are saddled together with these nipples on the top. Don't tell me that just naturally happens. But
and
the one
both sites. Both sites.
And this one look at this one. This is Utah. I did a video called Ancient Mounds and Ancient Quarry Sites. And in Utah, very close to Moab, you've got these 2, and they are also, there's another shot of them. I did not take that picture.
Right, and look at what looks like terraces all the way down, whether it's from mining or artificial.
I think that this is a plateau, and this is a plateau, and they put them on the plateau. Oh, yeah. And I didn't show the alignment. I showed it here. No? Okay, I didn't show it here. I got to get that slide. But there's also ship rock. Same alignment if you put it like this. And you do have these two symmetrical mounds going north-south right there. You have a third mound here. You've got a ridge. You've got a ridge right there. You've got the big ones that way and this way. You got Shiprock itself. That's taller than Devil's Tower.
Right, like,
and look at the alignment. It's an alternative axis from years ago. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Okay, that's in the wrong spot.
No way that's natural. It's just there's no way.
Yeah, I got a lot of good pictures from Shiprock. It's amazing. And yeah, those mounds, I drove right there. I drove here. I drove over there. I drove along this. There's an ancient cemetery with small mounds, and every single mound has been weathered for over 1,000 years. This has been apparently, as a white guy, I'm not even supposed to be in there, but there's no signs. I drove right in.
I had no idea.
Yeah. Okay, so this is out of place. We already talked about that. I got to move that. This is what I think created the Rashat structure. And this is what I think it could have been like. Look at this lightning strike on a car. You could see the embedded frequency in that strike.
What? I've never seen like that before.
Well, I tried to look for more and I didn't find others, so maybe it's fake. But I believe there was some frequency embedded in the Rashat structure. But when I talk about the creation, sometimes people think I'm talking about the cataclysm that destroyed it. I don't think it was a flood. I think that this Sebket El Guelb is a crater just like the Carolina Bays. It's a very shallow crater because if there was water everywhere, when it got the strike that destroyed Atlantis, this is the Rashat structure. What happened to these mountains? I believe that's an impact crater. It's not a volcano. The geologists I talked to think that's a volcano, but I don't believe it for a second.
Yeah.
Because if it were a volcano, don't you think that the ridges of those mountains would still be there?
Right? Like, look at that. Of course that would be.
Look
and
at the
now
left.
The Younger Dryas catastrophe event, they're saying that it's evidence that there was many little strikes, and then what you're showing here makes perfect sense.
Well, we'll just wait till the next slide. You might be surprised. I believe that, okay, I used my little CGI program to move this around and put that quadrant back in there, right? So we've got this quadrant replaced by me digitally. Wouldn't that be more likely if it was any type of, even if it was a volcanic dome, which I don't believe. I believe it was electric universe stuff that created that. When you're driving through it and looking at the rings embedded, that's not a volcanic dome. It would have had to inflate and deflate 1 billion times to do that. So what happened to the mountains that used to be there? Well, you've got that circle, and it's almost a perfect circle. Yeah, there's a pearl of strings in the desert. Those are all craters. I almost went to one of them it's right here. If you zoom in, let me get rid of those photos because I don't know where I am, and make sure I'm north because I always get messed up. Okay, and so when you zoom in here, you can see the crater literally right here. Oh wait, it's not there. Where is it? It's over here. Okay, I always get lost. I probably should have prepared this one. I think it's like right here.
You showed it a few times, right?
I've shown you before. Circle. Okay, so that one is the one that nobody knows about called Awillo. It's right there. But if you take away, I mean, honestly, if you take away Awillo and Semsiat, which is the donut, then you've got a perfect line of the Temichat and the Tenamur craters. They're very easy to find once you get up there and zoom in. It's like right there. You can see it so quickly. That's Tenamur crater. But anyways, I don't want to. Oh, yeah. The big news that I don't think we shared on your channel is the new structure, another Rashat structure.
What?
Let's talk about this. We're almost finished. Yeah, there's the Eye of Africa, and the other one is over here, and it's exactly parallel to the ancient equator. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, take a look at the ancient equator information first. Okay, so I'm showing you that's where it's located here. It looks like this. It's got it one ring on the outside, one ring on the inside. It's got this canal going through it. And yeah, it cuts over right in the middle of it. It changes direction and goes there for another, I don't know, 50 miles.
That's insane. Whereabouts is this?
Well, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard for me to find on the cuff, but it's like right here, about here.
Okay, just LiDAR found it,
I'm
sort
gonna
of
find
thing
it.
under the sand.
Hold on. Let me show you first the slides. Now, if you're not familiar with this ancient equator, that's Giza, and it goes over to Easter Island. If you look at it here, that's Giza up at the top. It goes through Africa. It goes over here to Peru. It goes to Easter Island, and it circles around. There's all these different megalithic structures on this ancient equator. Now, if you take this circle, this is not a flat Earth map. I'm not a flat earther, okay? If you take this circle and toggle it over to our equator, it's the exact same size. So the equator line is right there. So if you move this black circle over here, it literally eclipses that line. It goes through Petra. It goes through these other ones.
Angkor Wat. That was the Cambodian one, and it goes through that as well. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm not going to lie to you. It doesn't. I've gone to all these places. I've been to Angkor Wat twice, and yeah, it's right there. It doesn't exactly go through Angkor Wat. I'm not going to lie to you and say it goes right through it. But if you make a line from the Giza Plateau, because it's really hard on Google Earth to make a 360-degree ancient equator. It's going to toggle it. You're going to start here, and you're going to end up at Petra, and it's going to make the line go straight from here to there, and your old work is going to be destroyed. So you're going to make an 180-degree line first from the Giza to Easter Island. I did that. So it basically went through Africa. It went from Giza right here, through Africa, through Peru. That's definitely a given. And then it ends up over here in Easter Island. So that line is basically given. Well, I took the line directly from the eye, the middle of the eye of Africa, and put it in this new structure. And it turned out that it was exactly, sorry. So I didn't lay it out correctly, but let me go back to this original line. That's the direct line right here. Now that I look at this, we can zoom in there and look at this thing. I do want to show you. So let's take a quick look. We've got that little line there. Let's take a quick look. Let's get back and try to look. That little line there. So it's like right here. Okay, let me just double check something. Okay, right there, there. Okay. So we got this little dot. I think it's right about here. Am I right? You can find canals and ridges everywhere. Okay. That's not it. That's not it. Okay, I got lost again. Let's do it this way. We'll go in here and we'll find the numbers. I should have been prepared for this. And like
I sent you the link last minute. It is all good, my man.
2243. Okay, let's note this number. 2243,718. Okay, you ready? Remember these numbers. 2243,718. Okay,
2243,714.
2214 is right here. Wait, 14 is right here. 14, no, down here. 2214 is down here. Okay, and then 7. What was the other number? 18, 718?
I think so, but
2214 and 718. 718. I mean, it's going to be close enough. It's going to be close enough. We're going to zoom right in there. Right? No? Where is that? It's got to be right here. Okay, where are we?
Hiding on us.
2214. Up. Up. 2214 is right here. There it is, right? No?
Oh, yeah.
No. And then 718. Okay, let's go back and look at the numbers. 718. 2243. It's not 2214. 2243. So I got to go up higher. It's 43.
Dyslexic moment there. My bad.
I guess it got to be right. 2243. Why is it? Okay, I guess it's way up here. I wanted it. Okay, I'm going a little too. What's going on here? Now I'm mad. 22, 14. No, 43. 43.
22, 43. Oh, is that it right there? The big.
It's coming. 20. It's coming. See, I should have this one down because I think it's pretty significant, this new discovery. Okay, it's way up here. 2243? There it is.
2243. Oh, hey, there she be.
All right. So take a look at this thing and tell me what the F. Look at that canal. That's a canal going through it. This line, and you've got all these ancient ridges, but the canal goes way north, okay? Oh, look at that. What the F? It looks like a little impact circle. Okay, I forgot about that. That's got to be an impact. And then in the middle of it, it goes and suddenly goes in this other direction. Right?
Look at that.
Let's stop looking at the ancient pyramids and let's get into these. You can see this thing. It goes at this weird, they always go at this weird angle. Okay, so how many people are watching right now?
We're up to 53. 53.
Not a lot of people know about this. So when you look at this, and I should have got it better. When you look at this, oh, you know what? Now I remember. I should have just gone over here. I could have found it doing that. So it's right there. There's a line between these two. And yeah, that ancient line is exactly the same as the ancient equator that goes right through. So yeah, I wondered if the Eye of Africa was on the ancient equator. It's not. It's a little bit farther north. But look how similar those two lines are. Those are damn parallel, man. Those are really parallel.
Right. So if you go back to the Piri Reis map, it looked like there was a second circular city like that within a right. Lake.
I got to go way back up there.
Right of it. So
I got to go way back up there. Yeah, I don't know. I think you have a good point. Maybe that was out of the circle.
Right? It's like another water circle city there, potentially. Along
the ancient equator.
So,
all right. So, that was the last piece of information about the Richat I had. I saw this. This comes from Randall Carlson's paper. He did a video where he said there were outcrops in the structure that were being quarried by someone hundreds and thousands of years ago. Then later, he confirms and says from over 1 million to 1.2 million years ago. Well, hold on. You look at some of the papers he made reference to. This is a megabreccia, but it also says it was tapered by quarriers. So how the hell would that be an axe head or a spearhead?
Right? Like, unless it's a Titan out there chipping away.
I just found this paper where that picture came from. I was looking for it for a long time. I'd seen it. It's right here. See, it says close up. Let me zoom in. Oh, you can't see that, can you? Can you see that?
Absolutely.
You can see that.
Yeah, we can see it and zooming in.
Well, that's weird. How come you couldn't see that other thing? Okay, so when you zoom in to this paper that Randall Carlson referenced, see close up of one of the meter-sized boulders of megabreccia outcrop displaying the classical block splitting structure. Okay, and it says here, wait, I made a mistake. That's B. That's B. Okay, so they're calling that natural. I question that. And I didn't even show you the Giant's Quarry. That's what's missing from my presentation. I need to talk about that.
First time though, right?
I did that last time. We can talk about that in your I can get there real quick now, so I don't have to. This whole area has evidence of structures that have been quarried and mined. Can you see that?
Right, like, oh yeah, look at that.
And it's not
Looks
just
like
here. It goes on and on and on. These are little mega breccia outcrops that were the splitting. I don't believe that's a natural line right there anymore. You know? And here he says, close up of one of the meter-sized boulders of mega breccia. Note its faceted shape. So somebody was faceting that. And that's more than a meter, by the way. If you look at that, it looks like that line right there goes higher than his shoulder. And you know he's more than a meter. I mean, you know that the backpack goes a meter. The bottom of the backpack is about a meter. So when we talk about what Randall Carlson said, somebody hundreds and thousands of years ago, and by the way, that's 1 million. And here's the quarry field that I visited. I don't have video ready, but that quarry field, when you get down there, is chaotic. You can't see these lines, but when you're looking at it from the top, you see right there, perpendicular, parallel streets. I mean, look, you look up here, and I believe that's also by somebody, not animals. You know a difference between animal structures. Oh, and by the way, okay, so the Google Earth, as I back out, we have these parallel lines. You can see them here going across and then going this way. If I angle it just right, can I get it angled just right? You can see the straight lines here.
Right?
That's
Look at
the
that.
Adrar Plateau. That's ancient quarrying. And don't make me go up to Algeria and show you what I've shown you in the past. I'll show you a slide of Algeria, but all those straight lines, those happened before the quarrying. You see different projects here. You see different projects and
on scale, right? Like it's like one's like on a worldwide like just building or excavating style level, and then it's like it goes down to like giant scale and then down to like
right
human scales.
I think the giants made the original quarry marks. And by the way, I think that the top of this plateau, you can barely see it. This used to be beautiful. Yeah, I guess if you go to history, you can see a better shot of this. But look at the cuts in each one of these, and then look at the quarries happening at the same place. They didn't go to the top. They didn't go to the top of the Adrar Plateau to do their quarrying. That's the shoreline. That's the very top right there. They went below that, just like in the Grand Canyon.
Wow.
Let's go to the Grand Canyon real quick. Let's go to the Grand Canyon. Now, I want to get rid of this ancient equator. Back to the list. I've got a lot of maps. Colorado, Grand Canyon quarries right here. And if I can click on it. You love the Grand Canyon, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, this is not it. This is why did it go here? This is the canals at the Taman Reset. There's canals everywhere. And this cluster up here, I didn't even get into that. But I believe for sure everything. I'll show you a slide later. I don't understand what happened. Where are we? We are Grand Canyon. Oh, okay. Let's see it.
Oh, maybe it turns them on, but it didn't take us over there.
Right. Okay, let's try that. Now it'll take me over there.
Oh.
Okay. So there we go. Yeah. This is the Grand Canyon. And I believe that all this stuff is quarries. They're not on the very top. Let me show you the mound that I showed you earlier. It's right here. So that's the mound. The ones that have the ancient alignment, that if you put it like this, it shows right down here that same ancient alignment. And then you zoom in there. Now you can't. Okay, so this is terrible. Yeah, if you go and look at the history, and now they put this in time lapse, and this is 1983. Let's continue this. Let's go a little faster. No, it doesn't want to do it. Let's just exit time lapse. So that's those two mounds. You can't even see them. You know, that really pisses me off. I really think I just want to go to Google Earth. Let's make sure you can see it, though. Google Earth Pro. This is Google Earth browser. And if we go into the history, you can see a lot better shots. But they got terrible skits. The 2022.
Are they doing it
horrible.
Intentionally, though? Like
Yeah, I
they
think
just
so.
don't want us to see it. Why there's a no fly zone, why there's a no drone zone, why there's a no hiking zone throughout there, right?
Okay, but let me just get in here and say one thing, and I'll show you later with a slide. When you get in here and you have lines going this way, lines going that way, and they're parallel, and a third set going that way, you literally see triangles over here. When you see triangles, that's not natural, man. I don't believe that the rock DNA that settled and then eroded naturally erodes into 3 different directions. I can show
No.
you that in what's wrong with Google Earth? Google Earth is still taking too much time. So it says StreamYard is sharing a window. That's not right. I was sharing what I believed was a...
Yeah, the
Okay, Google
whole
Earth.
thing, because you're going back and forth between pictures and Google Earth, right? So
Right. You know, I think that South Africa is important, and I want to show you what I just showed you. When you zoom in here and you don't even have any lines turned on, this is South Africa, and the landlocked country of Lesotho is right here. You can literally see the border of the country without turning on borders. For some reason, maybe they don't give as much water to their crops, but you can literally see Lesotho right there. And this
that's
notch,
wild.
this notch right here, zoom into this notch, let it generate. It's ancient channels, ancient ridges, creating. I mean, come on. These are this is a house. These are houses. But when you go in here, you have a rectangle of ridges going around it. That's not natural. But what I really want to say is you can follow this line up here, and then it cuts back over here. You see this line right here? You can follow this ridge. You got a mountain nub, not the kind that are on pyramids. And you follow that line. Wait. It's almost there. And you get this. I showed this to you before, right?
Yes, sir.
And this, I believe, is, well, first
And
of
then
all,
look at all of the terraces on the opposing like hillsides around it.
and the line that follows the front of this, and the terracing that goes right. Okay, why I don't have control. This front, the weird terracing right at the top part of it, in my opinion, is just so symmetrical.
Oh yeah.
And
Look
yeah.
at that thing.
By the way, there's 5 of these.
Like
There's 5 of these. And this channel right here, you can go to other channels. Let me show you the slides, because I went on David Dubine's show and we talked about this. And here's 4 more. I call this the nipple mound. So there's that one. There's another one. They have lines going through them. This one has a line going right through the center. I want to admit a couple of them aren't as perfect as the one I showed you, but this 5th one is quite prominent. This is a 1,500 feet exactly across. And by the way, all over, you have these ridges that are terraforming across. This is what I call an enclave or an amphitheater of natural geography. And then you've got this bridge. And I could, by the way, look, I'm 56. I could have done that in my lifetime. I could have used a shovel. I could have scooped that up there and I could have made that. So I'm not saying that it's impossible for that not to be human made. But then you've got another one over here and another one. It's the same shot, different weather, different green. That's that one. Then you have this one. And then you have this one going over here. Could I have done all that in my lifetime? I don't know. Maybe a team of humans. But okay, so there you can see Lesotho. And those are all the ancient mining haulage roads, I call them. Some of them are dams. Some of them are directing water. But some of them are creating basically what they call cart ruts. But these cart ruts are not small ones like we see a lot of cart ruts.
They're giant
They're
canal
gigantic. And around the cart rut is the mining. Somebody mined all this material away from this plateau right here. These are two different ruts. These are 2 different ruts. This is not the same one, okay? You can see this extra thick road going straight down and then across a perpendicular intersection. But then you've got this shortcut over here. I can show you these locations. Here's another ancient intersection. Here's another extra wide road where maybe there was two-way traffic going on. This extra wide road is about 50 feet wide. But down here, it's got skinnier and it turned into two different separate roads. But in between each one, you see an enclave, an amphitheater that has been carved out of it.
Right, like just massive amounts. So it would make sense to have these massive roads for huge former machinery that would have been taking it somewhere.
Machinery that was more than 20 feet wide. Just as big as our modern day stuff, really.
Right, exactly.
And by the way, this is 100 feet wide right here, and this is meters wide right here. They're both the same distance. So the guy's steering wheel, when the guy's like, I'm not going down this road, I'm cutting this way, he turned at the same degrees, the same natural amount of shortcut.
No, it's out of incline.
Oh, by the way, another thing, look at the compass. This one is going north-south in one direction. This is going north-south in the exact opposite direction. So these lines are almost perfectly aligned. Now, that's in South Africa. And take a look at my shorts. Take a look at our previous work together. I showed you this stuff, okay? I showed you already.
Yeah, we did a solid hour of throughout Africa. We got to do another full episode just on that for sure.
Talked about this, and I just want to give it a quick look. One of those ancient intersections is right here. Okay, it's over here. That's the ancient intersection I showed you. But you've also got this strange, could have been a circle, a pit. I'm going to show you circles later, like the ones in what do you call it? Yeah. Thank you. Yes,
there, yeah.
New Mexico. But what the heck with this triangle right here? And then you've got the circle, and you've got this line going down to the ancient intersection that I just showed you. Okay, I can give you a quick 3D shot of that. By the way, there's a water body up at the top now. There's the ancient road. What cut through that material and what quarried that material away from it? And then, wait, this same structure has another, so I call that a 90-degree angle. There's another one over here, too. And then, wait, stop. There's a channel over here. Two parallel lines that goes over in that direction. And then that same channel has a 90-degree cut on that. And if you follow that 90-degree line, you get up here to another channel that goes up into the mountains, okay? Another ancient lines, whatever the F was going on here. Channels going up to the mountains. We already talked about this, so I'm going to back out of here, and now we're going to talk about North America. In New Mexico, I went to the Pie Town, and there's two. You can barely see it, but I want to show you it one slide at a time. Pie Town down here, where that's Pie Town, and then there's another ridge. The red lines are 12 miles long, just like the canals. The material I climbed up to the top of the mountain is this weird terracotta stuff.
Potential geopolymer-ish.
Yes, but wait, there's two types of ridges in the United States. This one, it directs water on plains. I went to these ridges, and where it cuts through, you can see this material. Pie Town, I got to the top, I almost died. Okay, there's one picture that's missing from here. It's called Cal Topo. Let's see if it goes there. I think it's going to go directly there. So Cal Topo is, to me, can you see this? It's
loading right now.
Topographical software.
Oh yeah.
Now I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna take away the global imagery. You're gonna have to trust me. We're in Pie Town. Instead of global imagery, I'm gonna go to shaded relief, and I'm gonna make it enhanced. No, let's just keep it normal. Normal. All right, now we're at Pie Town, and this is the one ridge that I climbed up on top of. So you can see this ridge. It seems like where the rivers go through it, it goes down. Whoever created this was controlling the water. It goes up to the mountain. When they did it, the material goes from one mountain. Okay, that's actually the other one. Let's go down here to this one. I was at the wrong one. This is Pie Town.
It's so strange. Like
you can see the switchbacks. There's a switchback down here of ridge material. They're going across the Continental Divide. When I drove through here, there's a little mound. Do you think that's natural? I don't. There's a little one over here. It goes all the way to this other mound, and then another line comes through, and then it hits the mountain and cuts this way. But wait, that plateau and the parallel ones over here. So the Continental Divide. When I drove here, I met hikers. I'm like, where are you going? We're hiking. I'm like, where are you hiking to? Canada. Isn't that 3,000 miles away? Yeah, we're hiking the Continental Divide. That's what John Belushi did it in a movie called The Continental Divide. This plateau, there's other ridges on the other side of it. I would not have known that if I didn't have this Cal Topo. It goes right to this mound. You still think that's a natural mountain? I don't. It keeps going. There's a ridge there. It goes on for miles and miles. So we got this parallel. They're not canals. They're plateau. They're ridges.
Ridge walls, potential dam walls, essentially.
Yeah, I say yes. Dam walls, just like the LiDAR I showed you in in the Rishat structure. Oh, yeah. Let's we can almost be finished. This is Argentina. The same similar ridges coming from a mountain. They say those are volcanic dikes. I don't think a volcanic dike is made this way.
Neither do I.
I think that these ancient machines could do this. Our ancient machines can do this. That mountain I climbed was only about this high. This machine is like 10 times higher. We got to stop ignoring these lines, right? I just showed you this. It's not just, this is a clear shot though. Look at that. There's a little nub over here with terraces. There's a line going across over here. There's a line going there. Don't tell me that's natural, please. This is South Africa. I believe there was overburden dumping where they just dropped piles of content because either it was valuable. Here's a truncated mountain that's in South Africa, half a mile wide.
Right, easily giant tailing ponds or tailing piles.
Exactly. I can show you a modern day mine in South Africa, what I believe was an ancient mine near South Africa. This is not the stuff I showed you already. This is different. Look at those lines going 1, 2, 3 across, or that one, and then another one 4. And then you have the same thing happening over here. Now look at this. Where do lines like this happen naturally? I don't think so. This is north of the Rishat structure. This is Erdchek, Algeria. This is Erdchek, Algeria also. This doesn't happen naturally. This is all quarried lines. This is Utah. How many directions do you see here? I see 1, 2. Oh, over here is 3 right there. 1, 2, 3 lines. This is Utah. This ancient cuts, this is the Grand Canyon again. Look at the triangles. I showed you this. I was trying to show you, but the recent scans are so shitty. Look at those straight lines going through Utah. This is the Canyonlands.
Right?
This is the Canyonlands. Mainstream geology says what happened down here. 1, 2, 3. I don't know, man. And by the way, the stuff I showed you with the third line making the triangles, how can that be real?
Yeah. Right? It just they don't have a proper explanation for it. And it shows evidence of past prehistory, long time before our time civilization doing work.
Right. Different projects. And this project, well, it's right next to the Colorado River. And by the way, you can see the different directions in here. This project is also near the Colorado River, but it's a different style of project. But I believe that this is slashings. They're grabbing the content, they're dragging it into the river, they're doing placer mining on a grand scale. They had their laser beams cut, and then they had their machines scrape and drag it down into the river where they could do it. This is in Algeria, Tessil Niger. And if you think that's small, it's 200 miles, 200 kilometers. Tessil Niger National Park, Algeria. The same type of stuff. And this is another smoking gun, because you might say, oh, that could be natural. When you get down close into it and you look at it, no. This is Utah. This guy, you probably saw this guy, right? And when you saw this, you're like, that's jointing. I call them mainstream geology trolls, where they come to my channel and they say, that's jointing, and then they leave and they never come back. Come on, let's have a talk about jointing.
Right?
Because I'm telling you, this guy's shots, I mean, how could that be cut right there, right through those stones? I don't think so. Where's the stone that was there? Where is it?
Right?
Okay. Go back to, by the way, stupid Google Earth Pro not responding. Close the program. Okay, let's go back to Africa. Remember the Kalahari canals in Africa?
Yeah.
You have that delta right here, the Okavango Delta. It's right there. Namibia has a panhandle. There's another panhandle over here, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Angola. It's a 250,000 square miles has these lines. A quarter square miles has these lines. I made these little dots right here. But there's even more right here in Namibia. Let me show you those. The Kalahari canals is right next to what's going on in Namibia. These are the Kalahari, a mile wide. You know?
What?
This is up in Mali, a mile wide up in Mali. I can show you that. It's over here. Let me back out, and I'll show you Mali real quick. Up near Timbuktu, one of the hardest places to get to. When you go up here, Timbuktu's here. You've got this part that to me looks like the Kalahari canals also. But even going over here where I got that shot, you get just basically ancient ridges sticking up, and you've got like lines. It's like, no, those aren't sand dunes. Those are literally ancient rivers, canals that were created. And don't forget what Plato said. Plato talked about that in addition to the concentric circles that are located, this is Namibia. These are what I'm going to show you in the slide, but I figured I'd just go right over it. These so-called sand dunes are 200 miles long each. Look, that's not a sand dune. That's not a sand dune. Let's talk about what a sand dune is. I can show you a sand dune. You know, sand dunes look like this. Whoops.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to go straight to one. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. This is a sand dune, okay? Those are sand dunes.
Not even. And they blow around, right?
You can go to the time lapse here. Where is it? Oh, it's not here. And you can go to the time lapse. This is really cool. This is right near the Rashad structure. And you can turn it on and you can watch. Oh, we got to disable 3D. Okay, I guess I had 3D buildings on. Let me just back out a little bit. Okay, so when you do it right, you can watch these sand dunes moving. You see them moving?
Yep, they sure are.
This is a 40-year display of how sand dunes move, okay? 40 years. The first one is like 1996 or whatever, 1997. And you can see these sand dunes going across this. And by the way, there's cuts in here too. I'll show you that later. I want to get out of this because it takes too long. But where was I? The Kalahari canals in Africa. The ones up near Mali, near Timbuktu, a mile wide. Same width.
Wide and 200 miles long, and that they've stayed
Wait. The 200 miles long ones are down here in Namibia, right here.
Okay.
And that's that one I just showed you in Google Earth. So, yeah. I mean, are they perfect? But does that really look like a sand dune anymore? I don't think so. I mean, yeah, they do have something happen over time. And maybe a sand dune can do that, but 200 miles long? Those are canals. Those are the ones near that intersection is up there near the Taman Reset. I'm changing the subject. Do you have any questions? Are there any comments that are asking questions? I don't want to skip any good questions.
Mostly just comments saying this is wild, and Molly has wild stuff. William saying he saw this 20 years ago before the internet.
Right. I forgot to show the Mali mountains that have also been worked. The ones in Mali. Okay, see that there's some lines here that you can't see. There's some three-directional lines that are cutting through this plateau. Okay, so this is a little plateau near the Rishat structure. There's so many things
what's
I want to
favorite
talk about.
place? Question of what is your favorite place?
That's too hard to answer. I mean, okay,
Right.
look, do I want to go back to the Rishat structure and find out about this quarry field up here? Yes, I do. I want to go here to okay, it's right there. I got my thing on it. If you look right there, you see a little white dot. Just go above it a little bit and you'll find the Giant's Quarry. You have to go by camel, they told me, to get there. I think I might be able to get there a little bit better, but nobody listens to me because I'm the tourist, so the drivers don't trust me. I want to go here. My favorite place I've been to, well, it's not there. I'll tell you what, I really liked Cadiz. Cadiz is such a beautiful city. And there also are second pillars of Hercules there. I can't get too into it, but there's a video that I can show you. That's not Cadiz. Where's Cadiz? Oh, it's over here. Right here. This is amazing. And it's Spain, man. It's Spain. You can't get any local hash there. If you want to get any of their medical marijuana, you got to go to. Sorry, it's not medical, but you got to have a membership card. You got to go to Madrid or Barcelona. And right now in Barcelona, they're having protests. You know what they're saying? Tourists go home. Tourists go home.
What?
Yeah, they don't. They're basically trying to say. I also went to the Hercules Cave right here. Hercules Cave in Morocco. I went to Morocco. I went to since we've spoken, I went to the Pillars of Hercules. I went to the Rock of Gibraltar, and I went here, but I didn't put it in my presentation because we're talking about megaliths in North America. So this area here is down here by right here. This area is crazy. This area is crazy with these weird canals. Here's an intersection. And I didn't get too deep into it, but you can go there. There's hundreds and hundreds of canal clusters up there. Now, you could say they're modern day. Maybe they're only a few thousand years old. Modern day, right? This is Phoenix.
I wouldn't say 2,000 years being modern day, but post cataclysm.
Well, you know what? You say that, but how is it possible that some of these have been able to shift? A couple of, like this line here shifts a little bit. There's a lot of them. I can't. This one right here. If you look at this one, this thick one here has shifted over to here. So you've got. By the way, I believe that these. I call those the poo-poo mountains. They're not ridges, but they are some type of overburden dumping. And look how those are old. The canal went through it. I don't know. I could be wrong, but these double lines that you see here and here, that's Mauritania. This is Phoenix. Do you know about the prehistoric irrigation canals in Phoenix? That's Tempe right there.
Rumors.
That's Phoenix right there. It's like there's the berms. They've got other stuff. I don't have the slides here, but they literally have these little switchbacks that help the canals operate. Tibesti Mountains. The ones in Tibesti Mountains, they look like they were melted. I'm not showing them to you, but they're easy to find. I've shown this to you before. If you look at the Sahara Desert, you look at this little man's face, right? I call that the Englishman. Where are his lips? His lips are right here, right? Right at the bottom, you have this great structure. It's a mega structure, bro. Perpendicular canals that don't even reach here. Before they reach the main structure, they go off on these 45-degree angles. And then if you think, oh, no, that's natural. Oh, do you still think this is natural?
No.
And by the way, all the mountains around up in here, all these mountains have been terraformed. This is the highest point. Oops, sorry. This is the highest point down here. Jimmy from Bright Insight talks about this. He talks about this little circle over. No, he never mentions this. He talks about the fluvial water erosion. Okay, maybe. But here we see another Rashat structure right there. Right in the middle, you got these ridges. 1, 2, 3, 4 ridges. Where the heck? How the heck's that going to happen? Was that before or after this middle circle was created? Okay, that's irrelevant. But when we get to the quarry lines, yeah, they seem to have these similar angles. Okay, you can see how they are the same direction. Somebody had a grand scale project going on right here and up in here. These are where I just showed you in the slides. And up here you can see more, and you see ridges on top of which project came first, these darker lines, or when you get in here you can see the other lines that match the ones I showed you just now first.
That's so wild. It's just mind-blowing, the scale of it all.
Here. Nobody talks about this stuff. Yet, back to South Africa, this is a 90-degree mountain here, and this is a 90-degree mountain here. And over here, it's got another cart road that cuts through this white stuff. By the way, I have my theory on that as well. The Lesotho channels were probably either taking this material up to the top of the mountain, or they were bringing the material down the mountain. I kind of think they were bringing it up the mountain. In the Continental Divide, and I messed up with the slide, you've got a lot of those same channels. I went here. You've got a mountain with a ridge going that direction and a mountain with a ridge going this direction. And you got the Continental Divide. This is Colorado. You can see these structures. They're not the same terracotta that I saw in Pie Town. Instead, these, by the way, this angle here, right here, these ridges right next to Spanish Peaks in Colorado, this one connects, this one stops before it gets to it. How do volcanic dikes connect like that? And then when you go over here, it's diametrically opposed. The one that doesn't quite meet it, perhaps because it was going to let water through. Down here, now you've got the one that doesn't quite meet it because it lets water through here, but above it, it connects. Check out my Google short. I'm very proud of that. This ridge comes and junctions right at the stop and stops. That's not how volcanic dikes work. Okay, this is also a smoking gun. Okay, I can show you in my channel. Look at my shorts. Look at the ones that talk about the Spanish dikes. I'll show you in Google Earth because I think it's important. You can zoom in right down here where Santa Fe meets Colorado. You kind of go up a little bit, you find the Spanish Peaks. That's the Spanish Peaks. Right up above here, you've got these lines here that I believe are unnatural. You've got a north-south wall right here. North-south. This wall, I don't know what to say. When was it made? Was it made when north was north? Then you've got a lot of other ones. This one here, this is called the Devil's Stair Steps. I'm going to go to the street view, but I think the shots I got in my slide presentation are much better.
It's always devil something, right? They try to claim it's a devil. Don't go by it. Don't investigate it. It's the devil.
Yeah, evil, bad. Don't ask questions. Don't talk about the devil, right? You're gonna be a witch if you do. Okay, now this is the Devil's Stair Steps, and they go right up the mountain. And I think now that, by the way, there's another one. When you go down here, let's look at the it's kind of tough. I'll show you in a minute. You got another one right next to it. And what I believe that this was dragging water and possibly gold. You have more. You had another one here, another one here. The river's right there. So they were dragging material down to the river. I just went to Montana. I wanted to visit some, but I had an issue. So I'm going to go back up there. If you look at so
and if my viewers want to donate to me so I can meet Stig in Montana, we'll meet you there.
I'm driving back up here in a week. I'm going to be back up here. There's the other one is right here.
Angel donor.
I need money I've been spending all my own money on this. Look at this one. This is the one I had on my Twitter, and I said I'm going here. But guess what? I made a mistake. I'm showing you the one by Salt Lake. Salt Lake has one, and this is a double ridge. I'm going up here, and
that one's as sus as you can get. Like, that has got to be a water chute for mining or something like that. Hey,
a gold sluice, man. And by the way, what's in there? Is that the same material? Look, I got this material. I'm going to show you a slide. This material doesn't look like that terracotta stuff. Everything in Colorado. Everything in here where I'm showing you, and Montana as well. This is Devil's Slide, Utah. I haven't been there yet. I accidentally went to the one near Sage Wall. Devil's Slide, Montana. It's a different Devil's Slide. It's right by Wyoming. I got to figure out how to get up there. Let me turn off this crap. We go up to, I got to turn on the states. So I can see Idaho. Definitely don't take any medical marijuana through Idaho. There's no legal weed in Idaho. Okay, right here.
Oh, good.
So
to know.
this is Wyoming. Yeah, Montana has recreational. Wyoming, Wyoming, it's not recreational. It's pharmaceutical. Go to Gardner, and then you can go up to where is it? Is that it? It's kind of hard for me to find. And by the way, I lost it. Where are we? Sphinx. Yeah, look at that one. Named Sphinx. Where is it?
That's got to be sus. I bet there's a Sphinx right here somewhere.
Where's the bridge that goes across the river? Let's find that. There it is. So go there. Go around there it is right here. So we're going to go here. La Duke picnic area. There's literally no sign. Okay, there's one sign that says the Devil's Slide. We're looking at it right here. I'm going to go to right here maybe and look at it again. And there it is right there. We can't see it. This is a bad angle. I got a lot of pictures of this. I think I got them right.
Great work on your channel, by the way. I'm going to post the link for everyone again.
Yeah, it's at Stig. Okay, I got a few videos I posted, but I'm looking for the images. Let's look at the 300 millimeter images first. This is Sage Wall. I know that we really don't want to keep going forever, and I do believe you're going to have to take this segment and market it.
Oh yeah, I'm going to re-edit this as a.
Yeah,
as
you do a great job.
For sure.
You do a great job with that, by the way. Okay, so here's a
Appreciate that.
close-up. Yeah, there's my car. I hiked up there. Let me see if I can find a better
Oh,
shot.
we're still on the
We're
Google
in.
Earth.
Oh,
I
you
think.
can't see it. Damn it! Okay, let's just say, let's just talk about this. You've got the two parallel ridges with a channel in between. Definitely, clearly, could have been a place that was separated on purpose. There's no trees or rocks in there. How did all that material just erode away? They say on the signs this used to be okay. Now you can see the elk climbing this slide right here on YouTube. You can look it up. I showed it on my live stream. The elk ran up here. I don't know where they're going. There's also more parallels ridges here. Now here's the funny thing. They say, because when you zoom in right here, you can barely see it. There's like 5 layers. You're like, oh, that used to be strata of the earth. Now it's been uplifted. This is uplifted strata. But wait a minute. This isn't. This is a volcanic dike. That has a different
right? So how did a volcano?
Dike?
That makes no sense.
It's the same material. And I'm going to go back to my slideshow. This is all the same material. I'm going to show you a picture. This is, I kind of messed up in my layer. I don't want to go back. This is the roof of a cave called Hercules Cave in Morocco. Look at the way that the ceiling has been shaped, carved, but not the whole thing. They've also got these little circles all over the place. And those circles look like the same drill that you use to make a doorknob out of a door core if you're a construction person. And once you're finished, you got to take that drill and you got to take it apart and pop out that wooden core. They stacked them up right there. So there's been a couple of projects. That circle was probably the same circle that goes in here. They're up close. Those things are stacked up. Okay, I did a really bad job. I didn't prepare. These so-called towers in Peru have the same animals on them as Göbekli Tepe. They're called chulpas. They stay there for burials, but there's no burial evidence in the ancient chulpas. There's bodies found in the more recent chulpas, but look at the quality of that more recent one.
Megalithic work compared to just a pile of rocks with the burial.
And he's standing in front of a doorway. Here's the kivas in Santa Fe, modern leaching tanks. All those ones I showed you in South Africa, sus,
very
megalithic. This is the Rachi Temple in Peru. It's off the beaten path. Not a lot of people go. Check out this video series called Mind Earth. Go to the channel called Mind Earth. This is episode 8. There's 10 episodes. He was going to do a second season, but he never did. He claims that Lake Titicaca was probably a mining pit that got filled with water. So, ancient lake temple found under Lake Titicaca. Now, back to... I'm sorry, I'm going everywhere. I didn't prepare well enough. Now I know better. I got to fix this presentation. This is a 13.5 miles long. This is the longest one I found anywhere on the earth, except for the ones in South Africa that go like 40 kilometers. But in North America, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. You got to look at it under the topographic software. But back in the Sahara Desert, you've got these poopy mountains that are also laid down on top of each other. This is the megalithic tailings dumpings. They're going everywhere. Too big to ignore. Back of Sage Mountain. I know my slides are going everywhere now. I got to get into preparing this part 2 because I thought that the part 1 was almost ready, but not quite. Part 2 is nowhere close. The owner of this land named Chris recently cleared out the back of Sage Wall. Okay.
Wow.
There's the front.
Yeah.
But you're allowed to climb up around the back and take a look. Now, not near the wall. I turned over a rock. This material matches all the Devil Slides, matches, say, Shiprock, New Mexico, matches the Colorado ones. There's one in Colorado that I can talk about that's called the Apashapa Arch. You don't even need to search for it. You go back out to go back out, turn it over to north-south. Okay, go back into Colorado. I already showed you this once. Spanish Peaks is right there, north of New Mexico, right near Walsenburg. I showed you the crisscross dikes. It sounds like a Pornhub search right here. I showed you the Devil's Stair Steps, which is actually quite chaotic. If you're going to argue it's natural, what you see here is so chaotic, you say, damn, that's got to be natural. You've got them all over here. You've got the Apashapa Arch. I drove through here. It's right here. I've got pictures I showed you already. That material looks just like this. Okay? So whatever created these volcanic dikes. Okay, now, I didn't take any samples from Sage Wall. I turned this back over. This was a rock that was flat. It looked like it was lava. Apashapa Arch, here it is. It's got the same material in Colorado. This is something random. Another structure of channels, right? You get these volcanic dikes all up against each other. This is the one in Utah that I didn't go to. This is the one in Montana that I did go to. You've got a channel here, a channel over here, just like this one. You've got the slide over here. By the way, when I first showed you this, you thought, oh, this wall's bigger than that wall. Not true. This wall's a lot bigger. That's the Devil's Stair Steps. I got a good shot. It goes way up the mountain. This is some weird ones that I don't know where they are. If you know where they are, let me know. If any of your audience members know where these ones are located, super tall and skinny. They're probably in Asia somewhere. But I bet you the material's the same. Gornaya Shoria in Russia. Okay? That just looks like Sage Wall to me. This is Russia. We're never going to make it here. You can't get here. You can't get here. This is Sahara Desert. This one, I want to talk about it a lot. When you go to Africa, you go in and you've got a lot of so-called volcanic circular dikes. Over here, I call this the Homer Simpson structure because it looks like an upside-down Homer Simpson. When you zoom into Homer Simpson with a little face. Come on, turn this over. Homer Simpson with a little face. How many circles do you count? 1, 2. You've got one here. Follow me. Whoa. There's actually a ridge here. It's actually nothing, but the ridge is right there. That's a big circle. You've got circular dikes. You've got elliptical dikes. I think they're all unnatural. Going over here to what's called... Okay, wait a minute. I don't want to get lost.
You're upside down right now, I think.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's why. Okay, that's why. Thank you. So there's the Homer Simpson. That's in Niger. And then go back over to Mali, Timbuktu, and you've got a circular dike down here. And then you've got a half circular dike. You've got a bunch of half dikes over here. You've got a lot of half-built circular dikes.
A bunch of bisexual structures, I guess.
Okay, but the one that's near Mali, Timbuktu, no, bisexual. Yes, dikes, lesbians, no.
Half dikes, you were saying. So, you know.
Okay, so this is really what I think is a smoking gun. Above this circular dike right here in Mali, Timbuktu's over there. You just go over here to the right side. You find that pretty quick. Going north, you'll find a place called Tel Abyad. And Tel Abyad, in my opinion, is the smoking gun. You've got what I call the Poo-Poo Mountains. It's different from Pie Town, the terracotta dikes. It's different from the volcanic dikes that we see in North America. It's and turn the photos on. And sorry, not there. Turn the photos on and find the nearest photo. There's no photo anywhere close. What is this stuff? It's over here is a good photo. And I think that let's look at it real quick. Can I get it? Is it going to let me click it? Come on. Come on. Come on. Click the photo. You really see what these are not mountains at all. These are piles of rocks.
Yeah,
They're
that's
piles of
artificial.
rocks, man. They're piles of rocks. I don't know why that flipped over. We can see another one here. These, okay, that's not very good for showing what we want. There's another photo here. One has soldiers. These little tailings trails were dumped by somebody when? And some of them are pretty tall, but they're not real mountains at all. I mean, later there may have been trees growing on them, but let's go back to the telebit one that I showed you, and the one above it, telebit, over here. Okay, you're looking at basically line after line after line after line, creating these lines. So the Rashad structure, I can talk about the Rashad structure, but when he talks about things, and by the way, look at some of these lines. You see over here, that line was put on top of these lines. So you've got this north-south line put on top of the other lines. Let's just zoom into it and see how the north-south line goes up over the east-west lines. Somebody was building a mountain.
Yeah, literally.
Someone was either
and building.
They were probably mining for gold. And remember how I said that Lake Titicaca could have been
giant tailings pond,
a mine pit,
strip mine. Yeah,
like mine. A strip mine. Well, what if the Mediterranean Sea were a strip mine? What if, by the way, the Pillars of Hercules is called that. Now, some people might say there's a pillars built over there before the Romans, before the Greeks. A friend of mine says that, but come on. We've got these two mountains. We've got this line right here. Look at this line going right across here. And what if Hercules really did break through the Strait of Gibraltar and create the world's most giant waterfall that filled the Mediterranean Sea? I mean, we've got all sorts of lines at the bottom, right? We still have so many things. These planetary valley lines of concretions, just like spot welding. You know, when you weld, I don't know if you've ever welded or if you've ever been in a machine shop. You've got these little, they call them weld. What are they called? Weld something. How about a Megalithic scale? Have you ever seen this? This is here. I got this in Planetary Valley. You can find that ball right there. What created
I've been
these?
to some in southern Alberta, Red Rock Coulee, that has a bunch, but they're all over, right? And they're just giant anomalous balls everywhere.
Oh, and the ones you're talking about, those are those erratics that are on top of three stones, right? You have the erratics.
Well, the erratic's something completely different. I'm talking about just giant red balls in another Badlands area in Alberta.
And the ones in Peru, if they say are unnatural. But then these are totally, look at it. You can see totally natural. Planetary Valley in Libya. Go to Planetary Valley in Libya. I can show you how to get there. It's pretty easy. So when you zoom out in Sahara Desert, you can see Algeria, you can see Libya. Planetary Valley is literally right here. So this is Tassil Najer National Park. This whole area was mined. Go in there, and anywhere you go, you can find those little rocks that look like the giants quarry, this whole area. And then right next door, you've got the Planetary Valley right here that looks like the Matrix. I mean, these don't look like mountains. And by the way, you talked about dumps. A dump in modern day times is about 25 foot wide. A lot of these are about, and I can turn them over so they're up, down, straight, so you can see how they really do create lines. There's lines coming from the mountains, just like the ridges that I've been showing you, but instead They're like a dump at a time for some reason. I don't know. Were they processing the material while they were driving? I mean, I really don't know. But these are 10 times larger than a human dump. A modern day dump. We can go to a modern day dump. I just want to duplicate this so we don't have to search it a second time. But a modern day dump in South Africa. I'm going to go to that one I showed you. Is literally a dimple that's 20 foot wide. Let me get that over here while that. And then you go to these dumps or whatever they are, and they're 200 feet wide or even 400 feet wide. Go back to South Africa and you look at a modern day diamond mine. Let's get out. Let's turn it north-south and go down to South Africa. That's Lesotho. I've been talking about it. Right at the top, you see it already. You can see the blue. Oh, that's not it. It's right there. You can see this blue. That is a diamond mine, modern day. You can see the two strip mines. And right over here, you can see the mountains that are created from all that. And you can see the dimples. Yeah. You can see all the tailing stumps. And if you zoom into one, those aren't good. Let's find some that are good.
That's pretty good example.
I like these right here. That's a dump truck did that. That's a modern day dump truck. And that is 25 foot wide. Okay, 25 foot wide. It's actually quite beautiful. I'd like to go there and climb that mountain. Maybe I could even find a diamond in there. You think they'd love that? Oh, by the way, there's the settling pond. Every gold mine has one. The modern day ones are in the shape of circles, right? Or are they? I'm sorry, the old ones. But these are a little bit wider. Let's go to this one and measure that. So these dumps, that's 272 feet. That's literally 10 times larger than the one I just showed you. And there's some that are twice the size. And for some reason, these are in a line. Let me finish my presentation, and then I'll let you say goodnight because we've already been talking quite a while. That's the Homer Simpson Mountains. I told you I didn't get everything figured out. Look at all those circles.
Great.
Okay, now using the Caltopo, we've got some more ridges up in Montana. So again, they always go up into a mountain. Are these the same type of circular dikes that are man-made? Here they are up here. This is Sage Wall down there. These are some street view shots of those circular dikes. So, you can't get there. They're on private property. I was going to drive over there, but I know better. First of all, my tooth fell out and I had to drive to Mexico to have it put back in. But do you think that I can drive over there? I don't think so.
We need drones. Drones.
Yeah, a drone. And by the way, Michael Tellinger looking at the big footprint, this white stuff, this
granite.
mining slurry. Right? Well, he says, yeah, that's granite. If you've seen the video, he says the modern day mainstream geologists say this is granite. However, they don't have a deep understanding of what created this.
Yeah.
And exactly. He talks about that. He talks about the stone walls, but he doesn't talk about anything else. And it's like drives me crazy because if you go to, there's so many things I can go now, but I'm going to stop because I'm at the end of my presentation and I'm going to stop talking about it. I can answer questions, but, I felt so bad that I missed you the first time. I didn't keep my promise about Sage Wall. And
hey, it's okay. We'll get there. And you're going back soon.
I'm going to drive
sadly,
up. Yeah, I'm going
sadly,
back
unless there's a angel donor that wants to give me a couple $1,000s to get down there immediately and meet you there next week. But I will be hopefully heading there before September this year. We'll see how we go. I just need more hours to freaking work to be able to save the money to get there.
Yeah. Do you talk about your job? I forgot what you said you did. Though, are there any? By the way,
I'm doing construction. Just construction at the moment.
I should have simulcast this on my. If I hit stream
this
to your audience,
we've been live for 2 hours since you joined. Now
I know.
Simulcast.
Is it going to show the whole thing, or is it going to just show the part that's live when I start?
Oh, it just as soon it would just show the very ending now if you were to hit it. But what I can do is I'll edit the 2 hours that's just of your presentation and send it to you so you can upload it if you want.
No. Let's not do that. I'm ready to. Oh, by the way, I got 10 subscribers on my channel. Thank you. It must be from your viewers. Thank you. Thank you, 10 subscribers. Let's see
a couple
if
times,
I can.
couple more times.
I'll go to my dashboard. It's a little slow. Dashboard. Oh, go to my channel. Let's go here. That was my dashboard. This is my channel. I got that auto playing. That's my last trip to the Rashat and Spain and Morocco. I've got over a terabyte of content that I haven't put anywhere. I got driving through Morocco. I've got visiting the Pillars of Hercules. If you go to videos, live streams are kind of tough. I did a couple of live streams. This one was done in the Rock of Gibraltar, Barcelona day one.
Live. I watched that
You
live.
were there.
I was like, yeah, Stig.
I couldn't do a lot of live streams. My trip to Morocco, I talked about that. And then, I didn't post a lot more. Going to the regular videos that I uploaded, I got a couple from Marrakesh. That's kind of like modern day stuff. If you want to go, there's a lot of places in Morocco. So many videos. And by the way, you're up there. Do you have any of those so-called, what are these things up there in Canada called? The roads, the ancient ice roads? They're called, I forgot.
I'm
okay,
not sure.
my channel, go to @Stig. It's right here, @Stig. Or David Stig Hansen. Go to youtube.com/David Stig Hansen or youtube.com @StigWorks. I really could use the...
Don't worry, I'm spamming your site over and over in my live chat on the channel.
Thank you so much. I got a video here talking about that ancient equator. I had a bunch of maps videos I did. I got this, what's this white stuff? I love that video because this ancient slurry, I know that it's time to take a break and stop talking. I know that I can't keep talking forever. So I'm gonna, I said, if you see any questions, I'm gonna hand the mic over to you. Maybe we can,
We will do her again soon. It's getting late. I've been going for 4 hours now, and I have to get to my wife, so I've got to go. But lots have subscribed to you, and we will plan out a full, better one again very soon with more time, so that you don't have to rush and cram her all in. And we'll get it.
Let me ask you about your scheduling. You're live every day, or just Mondays and? What's today? Today's Monday, right? Or is today Tuesday?
Tuesday now. I usually do Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. And then every once in a while, if I'm not working, it'll be like a Tuesday or a Thursday if I work on the Monday or Wednesday instead, sort of thing.
Well, I give you everything. Thank you for being patient. And there's so much stuff. There's a lot of stuff I didn't talk about. And, it gets a little bit crazy after a while. It's like, oh my God, where do you start? Where do you stop? A lot of these projects were going on not at the same time, right? So you might find a project, and then next to it, you'll find another project. I put a lot of pictures on my Facebook page called Was This Atlantis? Facebook.com/Was This Atlantis. So if you really want to look deeper, you can go there, or you can get into my vids, or you can contact me directly, shoot me some coordinates. People are always shooting me coordinates. A lot of it, they're right. It's something. Other stuff, it's like, maybe it's modern day. Maybe we can do a follow-up session. I don't know if I can do. Actually, my broadband sucks. I'm surprised this is working right now.
No. Maybe. Oh, you've done great today.
Good, yeah. Because my OBS sucks.
Right, I don't use OBS. I want to learn it, but it's like every time it drains literally drains the bandwidth.
Forget it.
Finish off quickly here with this guy right here. This supposedly is a photo of a pyramid in the Grand Canyon complex, and this supposedly is on top of one of the monument pyramids labeled as a pyramid in the Grand Canyon.
Okay.
Yet to confirm it, but
first of all, there's no way to get anywhere in the Grand Canyon. It's all when you do Google Earthing. you see it from the top. You see a 2D from the top, a little bit of 3D, but that thing I've never seen. I definitely want to find that. If anybody could talk about the location, I'll have to be honest, it doesn't look as green as I think most of the Grand Canyon is. The terracing is incredible. I think that what we had was, of course, the Giza project shows so many things about the size of the Earth and even the speed of light, right? And even the vernal equinox, right? And when the vernal equinox happens, you see 4 sides. Each side represents 43,200 seconds of the day, a perfect half of one day. It's amazing.
Right?
It's amazing. And then you have the so-called first pyramid ever, and it's dissolved. It's a pile of sand. And what you just showed, it's similar to the step pyramid. And I believe that step pyramids were a main form of pyramid building. And so I totally am going to search for that in the Grand Canyon. What was the one you showed me, or somebody else just showed me about other temples in the Grand Canyon? I think you were showing that.
There's a map that labels over 50 pyramids and temples in the Grand Canyon, like Isis, Hathor, Buddhist, Temple of Jupiter, Temple of Ra. There's Solomon's Temple even labeled in there, and most of them are pyramids. Pyramid looking.
Yeah, I saw the one with the Sphinx legs. That was a little hard for me to believe. But look, it takes a little bit of convincing for me. I don't just look at a pile and say that's a pyramid. So I'm looking.
But no, they're labeled pyramids in there. Like that's their actual name is on the map is a pyramid. So it's like they don't let you actually see the pictures of them. Just on the topographical map, it's called a pyramid.
And that topographical platform called Cal Topo, I'm going to be looking for that pyramid with that. And by the way, it's not perfect. You probably won't see the terracing, but you will see the mountain it makes, I think. I think that Cal Topo is the best. I haven't seen anything better. If anybody has seen anything better, let me know. I mean, I'm going to go. I've never been to the Grand Canyon before, so I might do a little side trip over there. And then up to Utah, up to Salt Lake City, or maybe when I'm coming back. If anybody wants to try to hook up, literally in the next 7 days, I'm going up to Utah, back to Salt Lake City. I think it's Highway 48 goes to that Devil Slide. And I've been wanting to go to the Colorado River head. I went there once, but I couldn't get in because it was too snowy. The road was closed, but now it's the middle of summer. And that's in Colorado on the Highway 70. So I might be going through there. I'll go through Moab. I might go to the Arches. I've never been to the Arches National Park.
Yeah, you need to go there.
That's near Moab. I went by there, but I got sick. And I was like, I had the chills. And I'm like, F this. I'm out of here. It's too cold. And then the minute I left, I got better. So you drive down the 70. Okay, so you're going up the 15 from LA. Through Vegas, it cuts into Arizona for a little bit, goes through the city of Mesquite. I believe that's Arizona, but that could still be Nevada. Then you're in St. George, Utah. Go up to the 70. That's about another 100 miles. And then you cut over east and you take the 70 east to Moab. And that's the promised land, right? Moses never made it. That's how kind God was. He gave him the 10 Commandments to throw at the golden calf, but he never let Moses get to Moab. Well, I've been there. Different Moab, by the way. Then when you drive into the 70 and you go over to where it cuts north, I'm going to tell you the road in a second. I think that road is called it's called Wolcott. Eagle River. It's not the Colorado at that spot. There's a city and it's basically when you look at the mountains, it looks like a gigantic minefield. And then you go up between these mountains and you follow the Colorado State Highway, maybe 131, maybe I got the wrong one, and you're going north, and it's just incredible. It looks like it's all been mined. I think it's the 131.
Looks like it's all been mined.
It all looks like it's all been mined. Driving up through, you see modern day minefields when you're driving up the 15, and then you go along the roads and you see the same looking thing, but 200 times larger. It's crazy. And I'm really interested in taking another look at what you've got in Alberta, because honestly, Alberta, isn't that right next to the Continental Divide as well?
Oh yeah. Alberta is along British Columbia and Alberta. The Continental Divide separates the two provinces.
I believe there's so many ridges that I just haven't looked yet. I also think up there was more of the ice melt. The Missoula flood started up above that. All your lakes look like they're shallow ice melts, especially when you get up into Yukon territory and Northwest territories.
Oh yeah,
just incredible stuff. I'm gonna stop talking. I know I got a big mouth. I'm gonna let you sign out. Thank you so much.
We will do this again. Appreciate you coming, and I will edit that into a whole new video. And I thank you all, and thank you, David Stig, one last time. I'll post the link for Stig's YouTube channel. Go subscribe, everybody, and we will see you all on the next one.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You crazy mother. Yeah.
It's just BurnEye. BurnEye just like last week, huh?